We are live. Bada bing, bada boom, boom. We are live. We are live. Get that AMD. Shut up. There are people talking here. Well, we're sitting here with only 1 or 2 viewers, so welcome, damn it, welcome, welcome. Takes too long for people to trickle in here. Silver and gold. Silver and gold. Ricardo, good morning, my friend. Good morning. Good morning, good morning. Oh, yeah. Good morning, good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. Hopefully we can kind of continue here. What was this? 43973. Oh. So that'd be like there, maybe? No, it doesn't look. It would be like there. Yeah. It's not even though. Very, very interesting. It's fighting right. Yep, it's fighting right here. Maybe we might see a little bit of a bounce. That's actually a big bounce. Maybe here if we make lower. I don't know. Jelly Bob, good morning. Gonti. I don't believe we have ever met. You don't even say hello. What price is HGRAF too expensive? See what I mean? Like you instantly, right? You instantly got to hit me up for a question. You can't even say, hey, Derek, how you doing? How's everything going? Right? What's today? Thursday, right? Happy Thursday, you could wish me, right? Telling you, no respect. I don't get no respect at all. See that? Nick comes in, he says, good morning, Nick. Good morning. Yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I'm doing all right. Thank you. I appreciate that. One day at a time. Another day, another dollar. That's what they say. It's always nice to make $1. Yeah, some people yesterday were like, oh, what's going on with AMD? I tell you all the time, can't keep a good man down. AMD with a 10-point rebound here as markets selling off. Doesn't matter. Because why? Because numbers don't lie. That's what it comes down to. But of course, we have our metals, our material stocks holding up well, right? I've been talking about SCCO. That's been holding. They dropped it again down to what, 88, 89 a few days ago on quote unquote tariff concerns. Boom, freaking things right back up, 97.5, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, buy the dips. LAC having a really nice bounce. And it's funny, we were looking at the trend lines just the other day. It was at like 250. And I was saying, oh, it's near the bottom of the range, might see a bounce soon, and then boom. It had like a 8-9% bounce, of course, slightly pulling back here throughout the day. Fakest stock in the world, Palantir. Palantir. See how our old buddy HGRAF is doing here. We'll look at the Canadian. We'll get a live quote here. Again, slowly coming down, right? Slowly, just sideways. Again, HGRAF on the OTC looked like it kind of wanted to hold like 97 to like $1. And you can see HG on the Canadian still sitting here at about 1 1/3, right? Right near our support trend line. So we've been speaking about this every day. So we have to see how it wants to hold up. But you can see technically on HGRAF we are below trend line. So I'm not exactly sure if we like slowly do this or if we do this. Unfortunately, that remains to be seen. HGRAF been pretty quiet last couple of days. Yeah, well, the stock just rallied 1,000%. So, you know. Like I said, you notice, right? When something works out, people are up big. Everyone's happy. People come in. They say, hello, I'm awesome. Thank you so much. Right? People missed HGRAF. They came in. What was the first thing they said, right? Didn't even say hello, good morning, like you nice people did. They came in. Oh, what's the next one you got? What's the next one? I tell you, people don't understand the value I bring to the table. And a lot of people, unfortunately, just don't understand what they're doing or how to invest. But I guess at the end of the day, unfortunately, that's their problem, not really mine. Sound earnings today, yeah. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Again, I think we were looking for what, like 32, 33 mil on the revenue side. So we'll see what the company is able to report. Again, they made the Amelia acquisition that brought them into the healthcare sector. They had the little collaboration going with NVIDIA, right? They have the voice AI assistant in the automobiles now. Don't even need network connection, right? You can, I mean, God forbid, you can, veer off the road. You're freaking half in a creek or something, and you can just speak to the assistant, get some help. Seeing a trade sideways is what you want. Shut up and buy more shares. There you go, Nick. Let them know. A lot of people don't deserve all the good free info provided here. Yes, 100%. Well said. Well said. Yep, well said on HGRAF. Well said on my services. Thank you very much, Mr. Clever. I appreciate that. It is true, though, right? It is true. People really don't grasp the type of value I'm bringing to the table. They're not looking at the big picture. Unfortunately, the average person doesn't have too much money. So, again, it's rough. You got like, 20, 30-year-olds, they're sitting here maybe with like a couple of $1,000 and they feel like they can't take advantage of what I do, but they can. Everybody can. Are you ready for the Fubo party tomorrow? Oh, yes. We said Friday, right? Fubo party Friday. Yep. I am down. I'm ready to go. I have, yep, the bar is stocked. I got herbal refreshments. Hopefully it's a good Friday. But I still say, yeah, if we just get that announcement like, oh yeah, everything's fine, merger's going through. I mean, as we said, in theory, stock really should pop back up to $6, $7 where it was. It really should. So hopefully that does happen soon. because I know a lot of people, some people have been holding Fubo for like a year and a half, just since I've been talking about it. And then, you know, this merger news just started to materialize. But even people who bought a couple of months back, when we first started hearing the little rumors of the news, they've been holding for a while. So, yeah, hopefully that deal just gets pushed through, no problem. And everybody who owns some shares could make some money. All the shares of Fubo, January 24th. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. We've been talking about the stock for a while, so perfect example right there. You have people who've been holding the shares a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, right? Just waiting for a good announcement, waiting for the company to turn it around. And then, to everyone's surprise, they actually started doing it. So, like I said, I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I know, like, they got the judges looking at it and stuff, but hopefully it just gets pushed through. Long-term gains, baby, I tell you, Deli, it doesn't get better than that, right? Make yourself, what, 100%, couple of 100%, pay half the amount in taxes, bada bing, bada boom. Who's better than you? Atlanta now estimates rate 2.3, unchanged. Yeah, see, people want to see improvement. People want to see improvement. So anything like this too, something like a GDP, as we say, the growth rate here 2.5%, they're leaving it unchanged in their models. That's right. You want to see growth. You want to see increases. But also at the same time, I mean, like I said, for so long we were getting kind of mixed and negative data, and we just kept going higher. So for all we know, we can start getting positive data and just start going lower. So, you know, again, unfortunately, I don't have the crystal ball, but I just want you to be prepared for possibly any scenario. Yeah. Yeah. To be fair, all I ask is what price you think is too. I never ask what to invest or advise. Your videos are very informative to me. New viewers, sorry for any disrespect. It's alright, I was busting your balls. But you say hello, right? Hey, how you doing? Hey, quick question. Big car going by, I love it. That's why I love going live. There we go. There goes all the cars. I love going live. I love it. Oh, love it. HGRAF. Yeah, like I said, I was busting your balls, having a good time. So, yeah, so technically, again, we broke the line. So that's why I say, I mean, you know, I mean, in my opinion, it's a buy, right? Just generally speaking, in my opinion, it's a buy. But again, we just had a massive rally, and people show up late. So now if you buy at 95 cents and it drops to 55 cents, that is out of my control. Or, as I said, if we break this line now, we can curl back up like this and reclaim it and hit highs. So right now, it's literally kind of a toss-up. It's 50-50. This whole time, it was a buy. If you asked me at any time, I would have said just buy it, just buy it, just buy it. Now you ask as it breaks the support. So, in the moment, I'm honestly not sure. It can swing bigly either way. Please understand the risks involved. This is still an OTC pre-revenue company. Stock could drop 50% tomorrow. Please understand the risks involved. Yeah, well said, Nick. Well said. They're new, right? They're new. They don't know. They're new. They're new. And like I said, people see me streaming live. They think I work for them. You know, they just pop in like, oh, yeah, quick question. Yeah. It's all right. It's all right, though, you know. What are you going to do? Yeah, I got a quick question, too. How come everyone who's made money from me hasn't sent me money? There you go. How's that for a quick question? That's why I laugh when people are like, oh, like, would you want to, like, you know, like, trade with me and I could send you commission? It's like, first of all you got to do is listen to me, right? and you'd be up probably. And second of all, if everyone in here actually sent me commission on a correct trade or a correct investment call, do you have any idea how much money I would have? Do you have any idea? This is why it's very hard to do the honor system, right? Because I've been doing it for the last couple of years, and I still really have no money. And there are a few of you who looked out and, you know, definitely sent me some chunks when you could. And of course, I appreciate that. But, I mean, believe me, we're, you know, 80-90% of the community is not sending anything. So, it's funny how you do all this, right, for no charge, for free, and then tomorrow if I was like, yeah, I'm going to start charging whatever, 50 a month, 100 a month, everybody would lose their shit. Oh, bro, but I'm down on this position. Now you're charging me? Blah, blah, blah. Just can't win. Just can't win. Number one, I am not Bills Mafia. Number two, I don't really watch football anymore. I don't think 80-90% even follow you directly. I bet most of these portfolios look crazy. Yeah, I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Just like we'll make some great calls like back to back to back, and then all of a sudden someone will just chime in like, oh yeah, I own this and this, and I went all in, and I have no cash, and I'm down big. You know, it's like, whose fault is that? Now, the sad part is I think I do have people watching me. They just know. They just know how good I am and what I actually deserve. And I honestly think that's why people are very hesitant to join the stream or even speak up in the Discord and let me know, like, oh, hey, I got, you know, X shares of this one. It's working out well. I'm up, you know, 58,000 or whatever. People know. People don't want to tell me that because they know I'm entitled to something. And the last thing they want to do is send me money. So people are absolutely 100% still, to this day, even years later, milking me for all I'm worth. Yeah, MBOT, I'm still pretty bullish on as well. Again, we were saying this could be the year for MBOT. And it broke up several 100%. And yeah, we've been green the last couple of days after bouncing right off that line there. You can see we got up above this line. Almost came up and tested this line, but we're still green, and it looks like we're going to continue on the up and up. If we come up here, we could potentially make higher highs and might even break out to a new 52-week high. So we'll see how that works out. MBOT, Fubo, LAC. Oh yeah, baby. We pick winners on this channel. I have proven it. And again, not only did I pick some winners, right? I mean, anybody can pick a winner. But picking winners consistently, again, we're talking what? Going back 3.5, 4 years straight almost. Make sure to like the stream. Give it a thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. And it's funny though, I was talking about Apple puts. That stock should absolutely be down, yet it's up again. AMD should have went up, but it went down first. DraftKings had a good report. We were looking at numbers yesterday, right? That, in my opinion, that stock should be up a couple of points. It's down a point in the third. Palantir, heavily overextended. Heavily overextended. Stock just continues to go higher. And SMCI, again, I know it took a huge hit, and a lot of people are upset, but in my opinion, really not an issue. I'm curious, you ever check out UMAC stock? Very interesting ties with the president's. See what I mean? See what I mean? Yeah, I don't know, Gonti. Like I said, I know some people were mentioning some of that crap. They were talking about, yeah, Trump's son. Some people talking about crypto plays or whatever. Honestly, I'm not big on that. If you want to join the Discord and talk to them about it, it's up to you. If you're asking me about a random rumor with UMAC and you have money to buy into something like that, then your cost basis, your entry on something like HGRAF should be irrelevant. That's what I mean. I don't understand the way people think sometimes. Like, you ask me about an ideal entry for HGRAF, then you ask me about some random crackhead rumor mill stock. Like, I don't know. How the hell should I know? You know what I mean, Deli, bro? You know? Like, am I wrong, though? I mean, really, people make me laugh. It's like, oh, should I buy HGRAF at 95 or can it go to 90 cents? Oh, by the way, this crackhead stock that went through 3 reverse stock splits that has a market cap of $2.8 million. Is that a buy? Is that worth it? Like, come on, man. Woke up too early, was dreaming in trading view, watching tickers. Absolutely. I've done that before. I've tried to go to sleep and kept seeing like charts and trend lines. I couldn't even go to sleep. Are you a Yankees fan? I used to be. I don't watch baseball anymore. Used to play baseball too, but yeah, just fell out of it. And like I said, all those major sports when they were, when they all started like kneeling for the flag and talking nonsense, like they're, everybody's an activist now. Like that's it. I shut off all those sports. That's why the only thing I really watch is UFC. I watch a little MMA. Maybe after the fight, if they win, they'll grab the mic, they'll say something randomly for like 30 seconds, but nobody's kneeling for anyone's anthem or anything. It's just a couple of people fighting. So that's why I kind of gravitated towards MMA. You win any plays today? Yeah, I don't want to jinx it, but I have puts on the Dow, so hopefully we continue to stay real, in my opinion, and we sell off here. Yeah, UFC's awesome, I'll be honest. I got in, I want to say it was actually right after, like, the rise of, like, Conor McGregor, when they started, like, speculating, him fighting Mayweather. So I got in, like, right around there, like, with all, like, the Conor hype and, like, a lot of these names, a lot of these guys coming up. So it's been not bad. It's been not bad for the last couple of years. I mean, now we're kind of going down the WWE route with the way they've been like promoting fights and like the nonsense in the octagon and stuff, but seems all right. LT, good afternoon, my friend. Good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm nervous about this trend line here because again, I really do believe the Dow should be like down here. We should be down several hundred points more. And I'm not only saying that because I have puts. I mean, I was saying that the last day or two as well. So markets really should be red, but again, everyone plays technicals. So if we cross here, I might have to sell my puts, even though I know they're worth more. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. The anti-USA sentiment has gotten pretty damn old, in my opinion. It's like home team, fuck out if you're salty. Yeah, no, 100%. Only in America can you, like, earn the flag, all of a sudden no one cares, right? People are pissing on the flag, people are kneeling for the anthem and shit. And remember, all these people get to play a game for a living, and make millions of dollars, right? Just remember that. That's why when I hear like baseball players or like, you know, like freaking LeBron James or somebody coming out like talking crap about the country, it's like, brother, no problem, no problem. It's like, let's just take all the millions that you made and let's just send you somewhere else. No problem. No problem. See, people try to play both sides of the fence. We are in the dumbest timeline, 100%. People try to play both sides of the fence, and that's why I laugh at them, right? You're in the greatest country, you're playing a game for a living, you're making millions of dollars, yet at the same time, someone sticks a microphone in your face, and you have the gall to bash that country in which you're doing this whole in? Like, that's what I mean. Like, I try not to get personal and insult people, but at the end of the day, that's just really freaking stupid. That is really freaking stupid. And that's why, honestly, I appreciate the UFC more. Because I know, like, just in the last, like, 20 years, MMA has grown pretty bigly. Not only here in North America, but, of course, overseas as well. Europe, Asia, freaking South America. So many great fighters come out of Brazil. And, you know, it's like something that everyone understands, like basketball, kind of. But also at the same time, the UFC got bigger. We got more eyes on the sport, right? More of these fighters now are being signed to contracts and they're able to fight under these promotions. So people who used to make, you know, who knows, right? $100 to show up and fight some random person in an alley or whatever. You know, now they're making whatever, 20,000, 50, right? 200,000 a fight. So I just appreciate it more. I mean, chances are, like everything else, they'll probably end up ruining it over the years, which is probably why I'm trying to enjoy it now. Uh, Sounds like something dumb happened. No, it's all right. We're just chilling. Just venting about ungrateful, you know, millionaires living in the greatest country in the world who try to bash it every chance they can. Like I said, someone like LeBron James has a problem? No problem, brother. Give us your money. We'll get you on a one-way flight somewhere else. 10 likes, 14 in chat, deserves a smash. That's what I'm saying. You got to smash that like button, drop kick it, give it a people's elbow. Give it one of them Hulkamania leg drops, rest in peace. Thursday therapy session. That's it, baby. Sometimes you just got to let it loose, you know? You got to let it out. You got to let it out. You know? You got to vent a little bit. Get it off your chest. Can't let all that acidity build up, right? Are you from Brooklyn? Look at this guy, huh? Weisenheimer. Why, you coming through? You're in Brooklyn? Coming through? I will say I give you credit, though, because for some reason lately, as soon as I start talking to people and they hear my accent, everyone just thinks I'm from Boston for some reason. And that makes me laugh, because, like, how, like, Boston is, like, such, like, its own unique accent. So, like, how do you not know you're hearing a Boston accent? I don't know. It just makes me laugh. As soon as I start talking, oh, where are you from, Boston? What? Boston? The hell? How the hell do you confuse that? It's like me confusing someone down south with someone from Australia. You know what I mean? It's not even close. Frickin' Boston. You crazy. Rhode Island, there you go. Oh yeah, that's the best answer too. When people are like, oh, where you from? Boston? Jersey? And I'm like, nah. And they're like, oh, well, it's somewhere in the Northeast. It's like, all right, frickin' Magellan over here. It's too funny, I tell you. People, they don't even realize how stupid they are until they start speaking. You trying to say I got a speech impediment or what? You got a problem with the way I talk? Eh? Believe this guy Tommy telling me you don't like the way I talk. Wow, Neoquant is a dick. I'm sorry, Private Eye. La -lee, na -lee, na. Yeah, we're walking here. And something like that too, I laugh. Because like I'll start talking and someone will say that, hey yo, I'm walking here. And it's like, didn't we have like 1,000 sayings before like that video or whatever came along? It's like now everyone says that. That's what I mean. I miss the old days. I miss the take me back before social media. Oh, it was so much better. Did check UMac on one of the video? I did? See, I don't even remember. It's a good thing you're here, RC. I appreciate that. Up, see? We're above a trend line. Now we're going to start to have some random bullshit reversal now. Here we go. Here comes the bullshit. So we're down from last week, but up from a year ago. Huh. I don't really know if that's good or bad. Volare. Oh. E cantare. No. So what'd you say, Neoquant? You from Bensonhurst? Or are you asking about me still? I don't know. I love it. People always ask me those questions. Oh, how old are you? Oh, where are you from? Like any of that matters. You grew up in Bensonhurst? No way, buddy. No way. Where in Bensonhurst? Where were you? Where are you now? You grew up there. Where'd you move? When did you move? Freaking DraftKings. Can't believe it. AMD, though. I love it. Love it. Love me some AMD. La-dee-da-dee-da. Many moons, San Francisco now. Okay, all right, awesome, awesome. But yeah, actually, good here. Yeah, that's some of the old stomping grounds over there. I was over there for a couple of moons, myself. People love a good origin story. Yeah, yeah. Like I said, they think it means something. I don't know. I don't know. You know, I'm talking about, puts on the Dow. You would think the number one priority would be it goes down so people make money. But no, they want to know, hey, listen, where'd you grow up? Do you like ice cream? Did you have a cat? People want to know your background. How tall are you? Oh, hey. What's your blood type? Pain in my ass. Meanwhile, I'm looking at all these candles, and it's not even dark in here. I thought that was pretty good. Candles, not even dark in here. Back below the trend line. Now, staying down. What do you think of UNH? Pay attention. I need you to tell me, Jace, I need you to tell me right now that you have not been in the stream and you slipped into a black hole and haven't absorbed any of what I've been saying for the last couple of weeks. I need you to tell me that right now, otherwise I'm going to flip out. People keep asking me about the same freaking 4 stocks. I'm telling you, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose my grip. I'm going to lose my grip. Actually, it looks like a descending triangle forming here on the Dow. Freaking Apple up to 220. Stock should be at 190. Company is spending $600 billion to bring manufacturing here, which will destroy their profit margins. You've been on vacation. All right. All right. Must be nice. Must be nice. I'm sitting here working. You're on vacation. Have we covered DraftKings earnings? We did briefly yesterday when they came out. It was a beat. I like it. Bang, look at that. Nice beat. $1.5 billion we're up to. Price targets in the 50s and the 60s. Markets open. It went up right away. After hours, when numbers came out, it spiked up to almost 50. Price targets 50 to 60. In my opinion, I like it. I think it's a buy. Markets could start selling off, though. Who knows? Here comes the bullshit. Look, now we do this. Look. Right, yep. Here comes the bullshit. Let's check this on the 3-minute and on the 5-minute, actually. Oh. Oh, what do we got? A little motorcycle. Wow, that guy's so cool. That guy's so cool. Looking for a rejection at 929. Which, yeah, is like right there. Okay. Okay. It could happen. SLV calls yesterday. Beautiful. We all dropped. Dollar starting to curl. That helped stocks curl? Interesting. Oh, stocks only go up. Ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-dum. We got our 10-year, slightly green. Bitcoin on the move, 1.4%. Yep. Yep. I really don't understand how they're trying to bounce these stocks. I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh. How do I reach these keys? Stock's climbing a little bit. They really shouldn't be, but of course we're climbing a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, that would be, yeah, that needs a little bit more to go. Yeah, traders are out. Traders are out. I definitely should have sold, but we'll see what happens. That's why I say you got to be careful because sometimes it feels like the news, like the vibe, I guess, if you will, they kind of try to pull you in. They always try to pull you in near the top. Then they'll just pull it back, right? It's no issue for them because they're continuing to accumulate shares with the millions that they have in cash. Meanwhile, you're screwed because you're cash poor. You had to buy options because you could barely afford shares, and boom, now you take a loss. You must be very careful. Oh yeah, by the way, Jace, I don't know if you're still here, but United Health, I wouldn't be buying that. Flip the DI put. Got out before the green. Okay. All right, Deli. Appreciate the support, brother. Glad it worked out. Glad it worked out. Yeah, markets were open for like even a couple of minutes. Again, anyone who's not in the Discord, if you guys like, you can join the Discord. If you never worked Discord, it's not that hard to operate, so just download it and then ask for an invite link. But yeah, market's open, and within a few minutes, I saw we were up, and I just said index puts, index puts, and of course the index ETFs are SPY for the S&P, right? QQQ for the Nasdaq, DIA for the Dow, and you can see again all the indices, right? We opened up, and then we just slowly started to sell off. So if you grabbed SPY, QQQ, or DIA puts, as Deli said, flipped it real quick, in and out, bang, bang. Nice, quick, fast profits. That's what we like to see when we do options trading, right? We want to try to time it well, obviously, and just be in and out and secure those profits, because that's the name of the game. And you can see, again, imagine, right? Look at the opposite side of the fence, the way they'll take it away from you if you're not paying attention, right? If you're not sharp enough. Imagine yesterday before the close, you said, oh no, we're going higher, so I'm buying calls on the Dow. So you wake up, you're happy as a pig in shit, right? You go down, you grab some coffee, you're bragging, telling everyone that you're up, and then you come back, and all of a sudden now it's back to where it started. And technically you're down, right? Because you got that little theta decay. So you hold on, wait for the rebound and the recovery, and then they just continue to slip it, right? So you made the right call, you had the profit, you saw the green, but then you didn't take it and you gave it away, and now you're red. Should have been watching 13 shares at 280 something in my Roth. Yeah, well, that might not turn out to be too bad of a price, because I know a lot of people out there are looking at UNH and they were seeing how big it was, and they're looking at, the insurance industry as a whole, and they're like, oh, it's going to bounce back. They always make money. So there were people who were buying the whole way. Even in Discord, people had down at like 350. They were like, oh, I'm buying some. Then it broke 300. Oh, yeah, I'm buying some more. I said, I'm sorry, I said in my opinion, United Health to sell off 164 locations to settle U.S. challenge. That is interesting. That is interesting. Foreign lunch probe, nursing home practices. Maintain overweight JP. Like, how do you do that? Where does that come from? Just remember, though, when the shit was hitting the fan with SMCI, they all came down, downgraded, lowered their price targets, right? UNH, though, UNH, getting probed, investigated, right? They're going to potentially lose funding or whatever, and boom, we have JP Morgan. Oh, yeah, overweight. That's why I always tell you, read between the lines, right? Got to try to sift through the bullshit. Look at this stock. I told him. I mean, I remember, it's funny. I did a video like over here, I want to say, on UNH. And at the time, obviously, earnings were great. The stock was good. So it was like, yeah, it's a buy. And then, of course, we continued up to like 600. And then, boom, all of a sudden, this started to hit the fan. And look at this now. We're back down to 2020 levels here. 240. It was approaching 240, and someone asked, oh, should I buy it? And I said, I don't know if I would buy it. And we can see, obviously, it slipped. Looks like another $5 about. But, yeah, man, I don't know. I think traders are looking at this now over the last couple of months. They were looking at this as free money, right? They're dealing with drama. They're in the headlines. All I got to do is short the stock, buy some puts, free money. So, in my opinion, that's the mentality surrounding UNH right now. And I don't know. I just don't know if I would touch it. I really don't know if I would touch it. But again, 280, that's not that bad. One little announcement, they'll probably bounce the stock back up to like 320 or something. And then if you want, you can get out and put it somewhere else. Yeah, so again, I'm not really sure if if these mortgage rate updates are positive. I don't know. I'm viewing them as negative, because again, these percentages are down from last week, which technically is a good thing, but they're up from a year ago. So it's not really a feather in your cap. Yeah, 6.6%. That's wild. It really is. It really is wild. It's a shame what happened. It really is. Oh, low down, dirty shame. Of course, we are slowly stepping up for some reason. S&P fighting to go back green. How we looking? How we looking? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, baby, look at that silver. Look at that. Look. The whole time we were at this top trend line here, I kept talking about it, kept talking about it. Like we said, yeah, 20-25% move, even if you bought near the top on silver, right? Some people buy stocks, don't even see 25%. Could have made it with me on silver. Wild. Wild. Step cautiously. Yeah, we're cautious, all right. We got people in here who don't have a dollar to their name and went all in at highs. Yeah, we're being cautious, all right. One day at a time. La-dee-da-dee-da. When in doubt, buy Palantir. Stock just continues. Like I said, it was overvalued at 80 and hit 184. Like, hey, ridiculous. Makes me laugh, man. Makes me laugh. But of course, if I was a young person, just started investing, all of a sudden I'm up thousands of dollars, yeah, I'd love the stock too. So, can't necessarily bash the people. I don't blame the people. I love it. Newest headline. Ooh, step cautiously as the markets are climbing up, right? It makes me laugh. You gotta sit back. You gotta laugh. You have to. Oh, yeah. So we went from forming a potential descending triangle ready to break lower to randomly climbing. Be confident when others are cautious and cautious when others are confident. I thought that was Buffett who said that. Well, whoever said it, they were correct. They were correct. I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like everyone's like too pumped, too giddy, too optimistic almost, you know? And it's not, he trained Buffett. Okay, all right, fair enough, appreciate it. It's not necessarily that I'm trying to be negative, right? The reason why I'm expecting, really? The reason why I'm expecting the big pullback is because, again, under Biden, when we were really struggling for like a 2.5, 3 year stretch, We just continued to climb up, and markets continued to hit highs. And now you have Trump coming in, he's trying to do a couple of things here that, in theory, would be good for markets and should be pumping us. But I still say the fact that we pumped 4 previous years leading up to this news means that I believe we inevitably have to go back down. We have to. We have to. And that's why I continue to say that they're really just delaying the inevitable. And it's always a situation like this where you have older investors who are glad because their portfolio's growing nicely. You got younger investors who just started, right? And they're telling you how awesome they are and how great the stock is. And they're up, like I said, Palantir, right? They're up like 1,500% on something like Palantir. Like, I'm telling you, when that's the type of environment, that's when it's dangerous. When you go to get a freaking haircut and your barber's like, oh yeah, butt stock, yeah, I made some money. That's bad. It's a bad sign. That is a bad sign. Here we go. We're just ticking up. Why not? For the F of it. For the F of it. Everybody's at lunch, so people are buying when no one's looking. What's going on here? It's almost like there's a lingering market stress metric that we're not seeing. Yeah, it's called the bullshit meter. That's what it's called. Right now, we got too much bullshit. Alright, so we're going to start spilling over the edge. And there's going to be shit everywhere. You understand? Overflow. It's going to be ridiculous. Up to your kneecaps. It's going to be. Forget about your ankles. Up to your kneecaps. Yeah, well, these bubbles, it's like every handful of years, it's always some nonsense. Oh, dot-com bubble. Oh, wait, the housing market, blah, blah, blah. Think about this, huh? Riddle me this. A lot of people don't even think about this. Everyone's seeing the news lately. Oh, Apple's making a $600 billion investment, right? So we can make phones here in the States. Do you remember like 15 years ago when the entire housing market and economy was going to crash and we needed 700 billion of our dollars to save the entire economy? And yet here you have Apple making phones overseas in frickin' Thailand for $12, selling it to us here for $2,000, and now they are investing 600 billion to finally bring the manufacturing over here where it should have been to begin with. And they're being rewarded with a 10-15% stock bump over the last couple of days. Can you really even try to comprehend what the frick we're frickin' seeing here? Think about this. That's why I tell you, people like, that they don't want someone like me as president, I'll tell you. Because everyone thinks they can fix the problems. And I'll tell you right now, I can fix the problem. 100%. 100%. Because the problems caused are not our problems, right? But we're always the ones who have to step in and save the day. You got 3 corporations buying up every single home in America so that they can rent it to us so we can't own it. But, the housing market was going to crash. They needed our 700 billion to save it, right? Just remember that. It's all bullshit, folks. It's all bullshit, and it's bad for you. Dollar is still up. 10-year is now green again. But we've been consistently ticking higher here. Tell me it's going to frickin' cup and handle and pop back up. Tell me that's what's really coming here. Might put my fist clean through the monitor. My cherry pie. If you are just joining us, we are watching a slow recovery here. What made you buy your first stock? Yeah, mostly did options. Because I never had much money. So I was never able to just buy shares. Let us know when to buy HGRAF again. Thanks a million. Of course, Suzanne, of course. We went over this yesterday, right? I live to serve, right? I mean, you guys pay me so much money. That's why I'm here, you know, watching all this stuff for you. Giving you my opinions. Benny in the dirt. Benny. Seeing any movement in this stock? Nope, still hanging out. About 1 1/3 Canadian. Yep, it's about 95 American. Yep. And we're technically, again, slightly below our support trend line. But we don't know if we're, like, going to flatten and just, like, start coming back up. Or if we're going to slowly come down and then, like, bounce. Right? Unfortunately, I don't have the crystal ball there. Here, I knew exactly what was going to happen. I knew exactly what was going to happen. And now that we've crossed the support trend line, now it's a toss-up. But again, if this is something that you're hype about, and also if you have consistent income where you can turn around, you know, like every 2-3 weeks from now, and if this is, you know, down here, you could buy more. And if it slips down here, you could buy more. So if you're in that situation, then you probably want to start building a position, believe it or not. Because I still say, one announcement, any piece of news, if we saw this before anything happened, if we do get a piece of news, one good positive catalyst, that's probably going to pump it up to like $3 to $5 or something like that. So if you want to take on this initial cost, and then if you could lower it maybe, if we slip, fine. And of course, as we say, you know, piece your way in, try not to go all in. And if you buy a little bit, and then, you know, boom, it explodes, well, it's good because you have some. If you buy a little bit, but then it drops, well, it's okay, it's not that bad because you have a little more cash on hand, right? So you can buy a little bit more. So right now, you know, again, you got to be smart about it. It's hard to call, though. Again, technically was watching that support trend line. And that's why I was saying, you know, you got to keep an eye on that line, see if it breaks, see if it wants to reclaim it, reject it. You're welcome. You are welcome. Yeah, it's about 12:40 Eastern now, so a lot of people coming back from lunch, and we might be getting back to our terminals and hitting the sell button. Again, we still have the 10-year up, and again, I mentioned the spike yesterday in the yields, the 10 and 20 years. We saw that live. We watched that together. And that's why I was saying, again, yesterday the market should have pulled back. They continued to go higher. And I was saying today market should be down, and now you can see us slowly pulling back. NASDAQ almost heading down red now. I'm telling you, the more you know. Oh, excuse me. But something like DraftKings, though, you might see like a 3-point bounce or something tomorrow, believe it or not, because we just saw the same thing with AMD, right? We reported earnings, they were good, they brought the stock down. Now here the next day, boom, the stock pops back up 5-6%, right? So same thing potentially with DraftKings. We beat earnings, we initially popped up, but now we're down. So tomorrow, boom, right? You could see a pop, 5%, 7.5%, close out the Friday, close out the week. So, again, technically, in theory, practically every stock is overvalued. So if markets sell off, pretty much anything you own that is an inverse, obviously, is probably going to go down. So there is never a perfect price. But that's why I always preach, you know, go with the fundamentals, stick with the fundamentals, because those are the ones that, in theory, anyway, sell off the least. Or if we do have a really big market tank, those are the ones that you see will instantly have volume and money coming into it, and those are the ones that will quickly rebound back to where they were, kind of. And that's why I always say, like, even something like something like a Philip Morris, in theory, right? If everything dropped 50% right now, something like Philip Morris, in theory, should climb back up to where it was much faster and smoother than something like a Palantir, in theory. But again, we're in this new awesome market age of apps and forums and whatnot, so I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. But technically, I know what I know. And again, the goal here, the mission of the channel, is to explain what I know to you so that you could know. Oh, that is hilarious, man. I tell you, I bought that Apple put. I thought I was a genius, right? Because I had a feeling, like I said, markets were going to pull back, and I was like, yeah, they're going to pull this thing back, and it's freaking up again. Too funny. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh about it. All right, Dow now starting to drop down almost 350 points. The NASDAQ just went red. We're down about 3 points now. Market's starting to drop. Markets be dropping. Silver now up only 0.8%, but still green. Again, we spoke about just the volatility of the dollar and all the BS that's taking place overseas, which is why we were saying gold, silver should remain up, should continue to keep growing, and they are. They just keep going. They keep staying up, they keep going. And of course, that's basically everyone's hedge, right? That's what people don't understand as well. As we're seeing the volatility, one day we're up a couple of hundred, next day we're down a couple of hundred, people start to look for the hedges, right? The security blankets. They start to buy into the VIXs. They start to buy into the gold, the silver. Volare, oh, y cantaré. Apple still up almost 6 points above $219. Absolutely phenomenal. SMCI actually holding green right now. It's up about 20 cents a share. Can't keep a good man down. I mean, they did just drop it 20% though, so it is what it is. But yeah, in my opinion, we should really keep slipping. And the reason why we should keep slipping even more is because we were up so much yesterday for some reason. Like, what the? That's what I mean. The way they bounced it and then tried to pop it again, and now it's like an instant hard rejection. So maybe like another 100 points or so, maybe, on the Dow, which really isn't too much. I remember years ago, if the Dow dropped 300-400 points, people would have a freaking heart attack. Now it's like, oh, Dow was down 700? Yeah, it'll bounce back tomorrow. It's like water rolling off a duck's back. Oh, NASDAQ just dropped 10 points. Oh, and the Dow dropping as well. Oh, came right back down to that trend line. People ask me why I draw them. Yeah, I'm a funny guy. I'm a funny guy. Yep, and again, when you delay the inevitable, this is what happens. This is what happens. And like I said, we opened and we were higher, right? And that's what I mean. Think about how many people just kept seeing green. So they woke up at the open and like I said, they bought calls or they had calls. And then boom, they just took it away. That's why, again, like, even if I like a stock fundamentally, if the markets do what they're not supposed to, and we're near pumped highs that we're not supposed to be, that's when it's dangerous. Because even if you find a good stock, the markets start to pull back, you're still going to end up, you know, being down, could have got a better cost basis, blah, blah, blah. I'm actually going to get more coffee. So you guys talk amongst yourselves. I'll be right back. I think this is the mute button too. I'm going to try it out. Try to keep that street noise out for you. Alright, you hear me? You hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, okay. Yep, sorry about that. Okay. We are back in action. Loud and clear, D3, Mighty Ducks. Make the first move, Conway. Who was that man? Emilio Estevez. Mighty Ducks, man. Oh, oil goes red. Yeah, oil had a big slip. Dropped about 10%, went from 70 down to about 63 and change a barrel. Yeah, we gotta play the swings. Alright, you go up. And you go down. And you go up again, you go down. Alright, then we went up, now we're down. Yep, really should go to 60 a barrel. 60 a barrel, fish in a barrel. I don't know, that's just my opinion. We'll see what happens, though. Again, we know one announcement, all of a sudden, oil spikes, oil drops. It's a tricky one to play. But again, if you did want to play it, USO is the ETF that tracks oil. Oh, yeah. Sing us a song in a piano, man. Bitcoin staying up 1%. Oh, we've been streaming less than 90 minutes. We're up to 16 likes already. What? Crazy. Trying to break records. You think Apple goes down over into next week? It should be down right now. It should be down right now. Right? And yesterday they brought it right to a freaking trend line that I was looking at. And now look, you can see today, I mean, come on. Come on. You keep... Look at how it stops right there, bro. Come on. I drew this line out 4 months ago. So you can see, right? Yesterday we popped up right here and then we started to pull back. So I thought we were going to break back down to like here. But of course we pop up into here. So now you got to see if it pulls back, if it holds around 215 around here. But realistically, it should be here. So... yeah, in my opinion, I think it goes down next week. I don't know, maybe by 2 weeks. I don't know if you could. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, in my opinion, it really should be down. But yeah, they might, keep it up and pump it. Maybe even tomorrow they might keep it flat or slightly green. But yeah, next week you should start to see a sell-off. I do still think Apple puts are the play. Obviously, I bought one and got screwed, but in general, everyone else will most likely make money. You're welcome. Oh, 10-year spiked up. Bang, bang. Look at that. 0.38. And again, yesterday, this is what caught my attention, right? We had a big spike at like 11:30. All of a sudden, the 10-year, the 20-year exploded. Then they brought them straight down, began to curl them, and now you can see like the seesaw taking place. So it looks like they wanna pump up these rates, these yields, which means we may continue to see some red here. Dollar's still up. Bounced bigly off of that trend line. Yeah, looks like we're gonna kind of slowly do one of those maybe. Stocks be dropping. That's why you don't do options on earnings. Because I'm telling you, sometimes it's just not worth it, man. It's just not worth it. You know, AMD reported the other day, I bought a cheap call. They drop the stock before they pop it, right? So that's what I mean. That position's gone. DraftKings, same thing. I bought a call. They drop it now before they pop it. So that's gone. Who else reported earnings? B&G was a very cheap toss-up. You know, I grabbed some calls on that. Palantir, same thing. I mean, you know, I thought obviously it should have dropped, so I bought a cheap put, and of course it kept going higher, so that's it. Now that position's gone. Like, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, before your eyes, I mean, you know, the earnings returns could be massive, but that's why I always reiterate, earnings are 100% a gamble. Please understand the risks involved, and that's why if you are, you know, going to toss around a couple of bucks every day, once or twice a week, and do some earnings plays, it really should be with money you can 100% afford to lose, because you can instantly be dead wrong. So, once again, understand the risks involved. Please like the stream, thumbs up, push the button, smash the button, drop kick the button. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know about you guys, but when I get knocked down, I get up again. NASDAQ trying to hold some green. There's no way you just asked me about that stock. There's no, come on, stop. You're joking, right? That's a joke? It's an inside joke? Am I on candid camera? Do not buy UNH, in my opinion. Well, someone asked me that before. You show up, you ask me that. Freaking 20 minutes from now, someone else is going to ask me that. I can't. What is the obsession with UNH? Can I ask? Or is everyone just seeing that it was at 600 and now it's at 200? Because if that's the way people are looking at that stock, we need to line everyone up and just start giving out slaps. We got to start slapping some sense into people. Yeah, a lot of bag folders. Yeah, because I noticed too. It's always, you notice people always say, I'm looking to add shares. right? You notice. It's never, should I take a position in UNH? Which again proves to you that these people aren't really listening to me, and then they come to me with their problem and expect me to fix it. Like I'm freaking Superman, and I'm going to do a couple of laps around the earth, right? And turn back time so that you can rectify this issue that you're dealing with right now. Anything for you, Jace. You know that. I'm here to serve. I'm here to serve. We went over this. I mean, you guys pay me handsomely for my time and my services, so I am here to serve. Superman. What'd that say? Oh, my ears are ringing. Someone's talking about me. Better be talking about how awesome I am. XBot F, don't fall asleep on this one. I know you like HGRAF and MBot. Just be cautious with earnings. They're both pre-revenue. There are no earnings. Look at ASTS. Hasn't made $1. Freaking stock's up 2,500%. 20-year, almost back to flat. Potentially going green. Potentially. It has the potential to potentially go green. Yep. Got the outside investments staying up. Gold, silver, Bitcoin. Yep. Sitting here choking. True that. Thanks for clarifying. You're awesome. Thanks for all your calls and videos you demand. Yeah, no problem, brother. No problem. No problem. Just busting some chops here. What is this now, huh? Let's look at some crack. Real botics. Yeah, we could potentially see some potential green, you know? Alright. Okay. We had like a 10-year pause. Okay. We making money. Couple of hundred. Yeah, see, look, estimates down here at 1 million. They can't even crack 1 mil. Regional banks. Oh, what is this? Some sort of crypto bank thing? What do I think of Tim Cook's gold plaque gift to Trump? He made it frickin' melted down from all the trinkets he took from the Asians. Now they just own some crypto. Come on, man. Y'all are buying some crackhead stocks because they own crypto. We went over this. Why not just buy crypto? I don't understand you people. Like, you people who love crypto, you look for these crypto stocks. Isn't it more advantageous to just buy the cryptocurrency? I'm very confused. I've been getting that the last couple of days too, right? Someone threw out another symbol like, oh yeah, this is a crackhead stock, but they own Ethereum. It's like, come on. Burn rate on robotics, they do own robots. I don't know. I don't know. Everybody, look at Chris. Look at Chris. You're a riot, Chris. You're a riot. Oh, what a funny guy you are. Everybody laugh at Chris. It's our class clown. He's a funny guy. I mean, the whole world is looking at UNH. I should just make a video like, buy UNH now, right? Put one of those thumbnails. Let's go into 1,000. With the O face, right? You gotta put the O face. The Macaulay Culkin with the hands on the face. Like, oh my god, it's gonna explode. Freaking video probably get 50,000 views for no reason. Crypto companies will be able to stake the crypto, get a return. All right, whatever. I don't know. I don't know. All right. Milk the clickbait. Do that. Yeah, I got you. I got you. That'll help you out. Like I said, video goes viral. Freaking stock will probably bounce to 400 for no reason, just because of the video. It's like the Wild West out there. But the best is when you see the thumbnail and the person puts on like the thinking face of them like staring into the beyond. And it's like, oh, is UNH a buy now? And they superimpose their face on the thumbnail like, is it a buy? I'm glad I don't do it that way. I'm gonna be honest. The last thing I want to be is like everyone else. Because what you're slowly seeing is now they're trying to become like me. Yeah, I'm not that guy. I'm not that guy. You got enough of those guys out there. You know it and I know it. You could just type stock market into YouTube and you can find 20 people just like that. Making their dumb faces. Talking about some random crackhead stock. Oh yeah, I think this is gonna like change the world. I think it's gonna be huge. Then you find out they freaking own 100,000 shares that they bought 2 months ago, and they're trying to have you pump them up. What a disgrace. What a disgrace. And they're out here like selling courses and ebooks and, oh, here's my Patreon page, and, oh, you want to come on my Discord? Yeah, only $30 a month. Meanwhile, you have no idea what you're doing. Passing off this nonsense. Not giving out any real knowledge. You have no real experience. It's all about them. It's all about them making money. It's a book club. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Someone mentioned someone else. What was it, last week? And they were like, oh, what do you think of this guy? And, of course, my initial response is I don't watch any other people, because I don't need to. No disrespect to them, I guess. But, you go right to his page. It's the first thing you see. Oh, here's a Patreon link. Boom. Guy's getting freaking free donations over there. He had, like, 400,000 subscribers. Imagine having 400,000 subscribers and still asking for donations, right? So that should tell you right away that person has no idea what to do with their money. You should not need $1 from anybody with that type of community, with the type of ad revenue coming in from your channel. Then it's like, oh yeah, here's a link to my book also. It's like, now you're selling a freaking book? Now you're selling you're making all this money on YouTube, you don't know what to do with it, but you're selling a course, trying to like sell this facade to people that you know what to do with it, but now you're selling a book that you supposedly wrote talking about what to do with money, but you don't know what to do with it. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Typed in UNH pretty much as you said. Should I buy the dip? Hey, you know what? That video is convincing thousands of people to buy the dip, so it might work out for you. They all look at the same crap. They all talk about the same crap, right? None of them were probably looking at UNH until it started tanking and it was in the news, right? And then it's like, oh, should you buy UNH today? You might see a 38% swing tomorrow. Freaking idiots. Like I said, people ask me as it dropped to 400, 350. Oh, should I buy it? Would you buy it? I said, nope. Nope, nope, nope. What's up with Geo? Remember you speaking about it months ago at some lows now. Yes, I reevaluated them, and I did say CXW was the one to own. CXW was the one to own. However, we can see Geo still inside of our downward channel, and of course beat earnings. Lots of in the thumbnails. Yeah, you know why they make that face? Because they have no freaking idea what they're talking about. That's why they make the video. Like, I'm looking at this, but I have no idea what I'm talking about. But, let's see what's happening. And then, like I said, you know, you talk to the people like you, and you know, and then I'll ask them, like, yeah, like I've seen this person on YouTube and they sell a course. Like, did you ever try them? Like, how is it? And it's like everyone you talk to, it's like, oh yeah, I gave them a shot. They lost me, you know, X amount of thousands. I had a question, they never answered it. You know, a position started dropping, so I wanted to know what to do, but you know, they never answered me. And it's like, that's what you're paying for, right? Think about that. They have the audacity to charge people. And that's what you're doing. And I'll just laugh because someone like that, like I said, this random person that someone mentioned, looked like a 23-year-old kid. Freaking guy had almost 500,000 subscribers. Really just makes me laugh. But anyway, Killian, the buy is CXW in my opinion. Not Geo. CXW. Very nice top and bottom line beat. As you see, reported earnings yesterday. Reported earnings yesterday. I figure, why would I pay someone to show me how to lose money? I'm already good at that. Exactly. Exactly. Very well said. And again, you know, I try to give all these people the benefit of the doubt. No problem, Killian. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt, right? And then people will be like, oh, what do you think of this guy? And I'll give them a quick look and I'll be like, yeah, you know, we're on different pages. It's not really, you know, my cup of tea. And then you'll hear the backstory. Like, oh yeah, I was working with him for like 4 months and, you know, I'm down to 28%. I don't know what to do. And it's like, these are the people who are charging other people, convincing them that they know what they're doing. It's wild. My quote, investment fiduciary at Jones owned UNH before the dump. He started buying back in the low 400s. I'm guessing he's still buying. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't be, but it's not my job. It's not my money. Oh, we could see the 10-year spiked up here, now up 0.4%. And look, the 20-year went green. I told you that we could potentially see some potential green. And there it is. Potentially more to come. Don't do it, Scott. Don't do it. Like I said, follow the fundamentals. Even if it drops 10% from here, like something from DraftKings, they just reported earnings, they just beat earnings. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we have a lot of companies posting numbers here. Like, focus on the stocks that are getting positive headlines. Focus on the companies that are, you know, beating earnings. But if we do like one of these, yeah, they're trying to keep it up. I don't see it happening. Exactly. Yeah. That's why, like I say, Scott, just work smarter, not harder. You know, everyone, look at all the talk just in the last couple of days, like surrounding UNH. Just in my chat, and we don't even have a popular pop-in chat. So that's what I mean. It's like heavily watched right now. Everyone's trying to be a financial freaking guru and time the bottom of UNH. And I'm telling you, just move on. Just put it in the rearview mirror. Check back in 6 months. 10-year now up 0.5%. 20-year up 0.15%. Dollar still up. Looks like we're slowly just kind of trailing upward here. Oil down 1/4. Yeah, we're popping and dropping today. Oh, the stream is up to 18 likes. How you doing? Taking over the world. Top flight security of the world, Craig. Let's check in our HGRAF. Honestly, Scott, you're probably better off buying Fubo if you don't own it already. If that news is coming soon. And again, we got those prelim numbers, right? So, stock popped right up to like 4 1/4 or something. Yep. HG technically still below support trend line, sitting now at 1 1/4, down about 9%. And again, HGRAF is delayed, but yeah, basically same move, sitting here about 92, 93 cents, down about 8.8%. Got that back in the 2s. You're awesome. You are awesome, brother. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. HGRAF. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum. VIX 2.5%. How about CXW, Scott? You got CXW? And another like. Glad you're doing live. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thanks for joining us for a few minutes. Appreciate your support. Lunar had their earnings. I do not have that one. Okay, see what I mean? You're buying like Crackhead, Luna Module, freaking stocks. Meanwhile, you could buy a prison stock that is at $20 that just beat earnings as expected, that recently got a price target of $35. Beat me up about a stock I got at 3. Bro, yeah, I know. Space, bro. I know, I get it. I got you, bruh. Space, bruh. But again, as I said, CXW's at 20. It might be on its way to 35, right? So, whatever you do with that information is entirely your own prerogative. Nuclear hype, just hype, or real? Again, LEU was our biggest winner here on this channel. LEU, we spoke about it. Hi, yo, who's out there beeping? How you doing? We spoke about it again all the way back here at sub 40. Stock recently hit 264. So this has been our big nuclear winner. Big volume. The company has been consistently beating earnings pretty handsomely. And again, we know that the Trump administration is pro-nuclear, and they're saying that nuclear is probably like the best, most efficient, like strongest way for us to kind of take on this massive surge in energy requirements that we're going to need to run all these data centers and all this AI. So I do think nuclear is the play. And as I said, probably if we get an announcement, it'll probably pop like the whole sector probably. But try to stick with the winners. Try to follow the companies who have a little bit of business established will be my advice. Scott, you're in here talking about freaking UNH and space, all right? You don't give nobody advice over here. Unless somebody needs to go into the witness protection program, then they can contact you, and you can give them like a nice generic name that they can like be incognito with, you know, something like Scott Williams, you know, just a nice generic name like that. Throw their ass out in Wisconsin somewhere, you know, they'll be safe. You know, they'll be safe. Guys in here buying space. You are something else, I'll tell you. You are something else. It's trying to tell me about Luna. Luna. This is the same stock that people were pumped about, right? Because they like launched a probe and then like it landed and fell over or something, right? You remember that? This is the same stock you're talking to me about? Stock's at $10, probably for no reason. Bringing in 50 mil. Consistently missing earnings. Look, we can't even consistently bring in 50, 60 mil. $1.8 billion market cap. All right? End of story. End of story. Right? Right back to SPAC level. What do I always say? What do I always say? These are crackhead stocks with trash fundamentals, and we drop them to 2 and pump them back up to SPAC levels. Look, this thing jumped up to 25. 25, and then look, they miss. Bleeding more than expected. So this stock at 10 should be at 3. You know? And you're in here like, hey, you're beating me up. I bought it at 3. Like, you got blessed, bro. This thing should be $2.99. What are you talking about acting like 3's a good price? $2.99. Bring you down 1%. Bring you back to reality. Imagine being up 300% for no reason and, like, not selling. That's wild. That's wild. I don't know. If it were me, I'd be looking at it a little different. But that's just me. That's just me. NASDAQ back red. Heading down. Looking for that 20th like on the stream. Who's going to be the lucky lady? If you are just joining us, Scott Williams is giving free advice. Volare. Oh. I cantare. Oh, waiting for that 20th like on the stream. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Looking for the 20th like. 20th like. Yep. Vic's up 3 1/3. Uh, uh. Yeah, we're approaching 400 point drop day. If you are just joining us, please like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, like the stream. Thank you. Apparently, it is all about the power of the algorithm. And we need people to like the stream and, I don't know, type something in the chat. I don't know what else helps the algorithm. I have no idea. Tell your friends to come in here. Ask me about United Health, maybe. Little pop up here. Who gonna be now? Who gonna be now? Hershey's storming back up. Oh my goodness. Wow. That's quite a recovery. Almost down to 185 even. And then boom, just beelines $5 real quick while markets are dropping, mind you. While markets are dropping. Pretty darn impressive. CPB also, right? We've been watching like the last week or two, and the food has been holding up. Even CPB, right? They brought it down to those lows. Now they kept it green. They brought it back up. Even a day like today, right? We're dropping red. Boom. Campbell staying green. If you're just joining us, do me a favor real quick. Like the stream. Give it a thumbs up. Thank you. Got LAC seeing some movement. Fubo. Shout out to the Fubo crew. Fubo. Oil below 64. Yep, we are trending downward. Somehow Apple is still above 219 a share. Miraculous. Yep. Disney. I think I mentioned yesterday too, like, right? I'd be buying like Disney puts. Look at this stock. Trash. Trash. I saw a video too that what was it, Disneyland or World was like empty. Trash. I'm seeing a little spike up here. Up, we're reversing. Is that what that means? Up. We're reversing. You hear the truck? You hear the truck? Reversing. Still waiting for our 20th like on the stream. Somebody? Anybody? Bueller. 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 People in Discord bragging about their profits, of course. No one's ever like, yo, I made a terrible call. It's down 10%, right? You never hear anyone say that. Oh, we got the 20th like. Bada bing, bada boom. Was that you, Joey Hamburgers? That was you? Joey Bag of Donuts? That was you? Oh, it's a beautiful day. It is an omen. I believe it. I believe it. Big Joe coming out of left field. Boom! Smacking the 20th like over the fence. Appreciate it. Happy to have you. Welcome. God damn it. Welcome. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Feel like this is the calm before the storm. I don't know. Making me nervous. AMD staying up 5%. Gold, silver, Bitcoin still up. All three indices turned red and are staying red if you are just joining us. Good morning, good afternoon. How we doing? How we looking? Money tree still growing. Well, I don't want to get too excited, but I did have puts on the Dow. So right now, personally, I'm doing pretty well. Nothing else makes sense, but that one thing is doing well. See, LAC should be up more, especially with the mention of like MP materials, and we're going to produce phones here, and this is why we need our domestic supply chains, right? All that stuff. That should really be helping LAC pump a little bit more. Fubo should be fine, in my opinion. DraftKings, again, we beat earnings, we go down. And then AMD beat earnings, went down, now it's back up. So, throwing me for a loop. But, in general, the mind is still sharp. And we're still on point. We're still making good calls, even when they're bad calls. That's the best part about being a member of my community here. Even when we're wrong, we're right. Do you understand? You understand? And people ask me, how's your success rate so high? How are you always right? You know, 85, 90% of the time. Well, it's because even when I'm wrong, I'm right. That's why I'm the best. Do you understand? I'm telling you, they don't know, Joe. They don't know who's who in my industry. I'll tell you. Tell you what, like we said, we got to get t-shirts. We got to make up some t-shirts. Got to spread the word. Then people will understand. People will understand. Starting to see a little bit of a bump here. I should have taken my cue from the truck reversing, potentially. Wow, putting Mama Dukes to work. Okay. Okay. Community is going to be huge. We got you people, we got your parents, your grandparents, second cousins, twice removed. Your children are going to be in here. Got the in-laws in here too. The in-laws we'll try to give the losses to. That way you guys could have fun at Thanksgiving, you know? I listened to that guy. He told me all I did was lose money. Oh, yeah? I just paid off my mortgage. Cash. What are you doing? The hell are you doing over there? Freaking in-laws come to your house. They eat all your fucking gabagool. I know. I know. We'll get them back. Don't worry about it. Who ate all the gabagool? I'm honestly very surprised at Hershey. I mean, it dropped to 185 and really stormed back. That was random. Random. Freaking UAA has been between $6 and $7 for like 2 years. Never seen anything like it. They beat, it doesn't move. Trump talked about tariffs. Like it went down, it went back up, didn't move. That's what I mean. Doesn't matter. They miss earnings, it'll go down, it'll go right back up, doesn't move. Dollar still up. Still staying up. Again, we say dollar up. In theory, stocks down. Ah. That's it. That's it. Do we learn from all mistakes? Shout out to Sonic, who said we learned maybe for about a month. We learn for about a month or two. And then we say, you know what? I should go back to, you know, buying crack stocks and rolling the dice with options on earnings. And then what happens? Then what happens? Then we got to sit there in silence and we got to learn again, right? We got to reteach ourselves. Hey, listen, not only did you make a dumbass mistake, you waited 2 months, corrected the mistake, and then made the same damn mistake again. Like, you shouldn't even be allowed to log into your account. Something like that happens, you know what I'm saying? See, that's how the trading platforms would really protect people, you know? It's like, oh, you bought some Apple, right? You buy some Hershey, okay? You're buying brand name stocks, okay? Very good, right? All of a sudden, you buy one of these crackhead stocks these other kids mentioned that just went through a 1-for-50 reverse stock split. But, you know, they took out a loan and bought some Ethereum. So, you know, should I buy that? So, listen, we all make those mistakes, right? So this is what I propose. Everybody gets one. You're allowed one, right? This is why I'm going to open my own platform. This is what I mean. I'm going to take care of you. I'm going to take care of you, right? Everybody gets one. So you buy your crackhead stock. You lose 98%, you know, as they do. Then you get a warning, right? You get a warning. And it's not going to be a politically correct warning. It's going to be plain English warning, right? Like you were doing good, you were on a path, and then you fucked up, you did some dumb shit. Here's your warning. That's it. Just like that. Here's your warning, right? And then when you go to buy the next crackhead stock, you should see another warning. right? Like, hey, listen, like we spoke about this, right? We spoke about this. You got a warning before. Like, you're about to buy this crackhead stock. Like, are you sure? Do you know what you're doing, right? And then you got to confirm yes or no, right? And if you hear yes, and that stock goes down, you should have a 6 month ban. You should have a 6 month ban. Completely locked out of your account. I don't care. You're gonna call me up. No, I need my account. Here's my social. And nah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're a dumbass. So we're gonna put your account on ice. We'll let you back in about 5-6 months. All right. That's it. That is the winning formula for everybody to make money. Exchange, the exchange will be the next step. The first step is you need the platform. You need the trading platform because we need to fix the mentality of the average investor. Or we could start a service too, right? I mean, you could replace the warning with a service, and you can hire somebody to like come to your house and hang out with you while you're watching the market. And then, like, anytime you're about to do something really stupid, we just have that person slap you, right? And then you'll be like, hey, you know what? I'm glad I paid for this service. You know, I appreciate that. You know, it could have been a mistake. I'm gonna stay focused, right? I think that'll be a good service too. So we have multiple ideas, right? We got a couple of different avenues we can go down here. So I don't know. I'll crunch some numbers. We'll see what we come up with. I'm telling you, I think it'll work out great. I think it'll work out great. Because people will start sharing their stories, right? Oh, how'd you do today? Actually, I got slapped twice today. And they're going to say, holy crap, you got slapped twice? What happened? What was this? Where did this happen? You say, no, this guy slapped me twice. And I actually made like $500 today. It was crazy. It was crazy. I can't explain it. It's probably one of the best services out there. You know, here's their number. You should call them up. And that's what I mean. It's going to be a massive referral business. It's going to be huge. It's gonna be huge. 10 years sitting at 4.25%. It wants to stay up, man. I'm telling you. VIX up 4%. Cold Baker. My goodness. And it's a beautiful day. If you are just joining us, like the stream, give it a thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. It's all about the algorithm. That's what it all comes down to. Oh, we're up to 21 likes. Breaking records. Smashing through the glass ceiling. Hillary's got nothing on us. Gonna be huge. Yeah, dollar keeps ticking up, right? It was up 0.08% for a while. Now we're up a tenth of a percent. Gold ticking. Gold was up about 0.6. Now we're up almost 0.75. That means silver's probably going to go back up to 1+%. For some reason, stocks are rising. Seeing some sort of upward momentum for some reason. Oh, big pop. NASDAQ slightly green here. Kind of looks like we're in this upward channel though, so we could break back down as well. So we'll see if we actually hold, or if we're just pausing for a second and gonna redrop and maybe make some lower lows. We'll see what happens there with that. $20 back green. Stocks are still trying to climb though for some reason. Alright, dollar just consistently. Yep, not good. Not good. But somehow we are climbing. Yeah. S&P back to the fib right there. Yeah. Market's trying to tick up. We really shouldn't be, but that has not stopped them before. AMD holding up 5%. Da-dee-da-dee-da. La-da-dee, la-da-dee. Ooh, let's look at all my analytics. Ooh, average view duration, 19 minutes, 21 seconds. All right. Viewer activity. And we only had a Deli Bob show us some love. No other super chats or new members joining or anything like that. Nothing like that. Streaming for 2.5 hours, made $2. Big money. Big prizes. LAC staying up. as it should. They're fighting to stay green. Gold, silver, Bitcoin still up. Dollar still climbing, right? 0.12% now. Oh, the random pump is coming. The random pump is here. Stocks only go up. How you doing? How you doing? Uh, Nasdaq back red. Yeah, is what I mean. See, we were potentially in kind of like this upward channel, potentially like a little rising wedge that was forming, and we may have seen a rejection even over here. So, and again, we have yield staying up, we have the dollar staying up and consistently rising. So this is why we really like, we have a curl, right, and we drop, and now you see like a curl, and now we're probably going to drop, and then we'll try to recover a little bit, and then we might drop even more actually going into the close. So we'll see how it turns out. We'll see how it turns. 22 likes. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. It's all about the likes, because we have learned that AI and algorithms control everything. So that's who we're fighting against now. We're not. See, I thought it was like people who would like try to bust my chops in chat or on comments. I thought I'd be fighting against maybe like other content creators or something like that if they were talking nonsense. No, 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 no. While all of those may still be opponents in the future, the main opponent is the algorithm. All right, and you gotta meet it. Bang, bang, head on. You gotta meet it head on. Put your head down. plow right through it. This just in, President hates broccoli. La-dee-da-dee-da. Doing a little bounce around here, doing a little bounce around. And we could see the S&P climb a little bit. I mean, it really shouldn't, though. And this is what I mean when I say that, realistically, it's unfortunate that everything's electronic trading now and algorithms and all that BS, because that's what I mean. Like, back in the day when it was real and it was based on numbers, not technicals, like, if you think we're being successful now and having a good success rate, like I said, your mind would have been blown. If we were, again, moving fundamentally as opposed to technically in these markets, I mean, my success rate honestly might be like 90-95%, like, throughout the years, consistently. And the Nasdaq's back red. And circle gets the square. Good old Hollywood squares. A row back. USAR. That someone, I think someone mentioned that the other day too, right? What was that? We just look at that? Let me see, USAR. Yeah, I don't know, by the way, if these cars going by are an issue, but I'll close the window if it's picking it up. All right, yeah, rare earth. Yep, okay, 7%. Very nice. Only a third in a billion market cap with a low PE. I mean, they'll probably continue to pump it. But yeah, see, we looked at this yesterday, and I was speaking about, right, we had the SPAC, so of course we bounced around, but we came back and held that SPAC level. Now we got some news. Looks like we popped, and we're kind of in this downward channel, right? So we might see like a drop back to the moving average here, and then you might see like a break back up to the trend line or a potential breakout here. And this is what I mean. This is why, again, like I also think this is why we're seeing the pop in something like LAC as well. And this is what I was talking about months ago when I was saying domestic metals, materials, minerals, everything across the board, you know, domestically here in the States. But, yeah, I mean, up 7% today, and again, you could have a potential slight pullback, but yeah, I mean, if it's in play, you know, and it's got some attention, we could, like I said, consolidate and then pop up. But again, just be careful, because you see last time we spiked up, we consolidated, and then we ended up coming back down and stayed inside the triangle. So prepare for both of those potential moves, but worst case scenario, if we have to wait till here, and then if it does go up, that looks like it may take about 4 weeks. So, your call, if you can handle that volatility. But, yeah, looks like it's potentially in play here. But yeah, your call. Depends how much you have, how much risk, how long you want to hold it. Yep, I got you. What do we think about SMCI? What are you, new here? Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that? James, have you been in a black hole? James? James, did you get sucked into the TV world like the poltergeist girl? James. Just having a laugh. Yeah, so SMCI could come down here, what, like 44? Could it break here to 40? In my opinion, it should be back up to 100 plus. Just bought SMCI. All right, awesome. Again, their market cap now after this pullback is sitting here at around 28 billion, and they are projecting for next year at least 33 billion in revenue. Do whatever you wish with that information. I personally, in my opinion, are very bullish on SMCI. Should be 100 plus. There you go. We are on the same page. Again, we have a short-term reaction, a big drop because we missed earnings. But long-term, that long-term growth, the demand, the revenue, it looks like it's there. So it really should be going up. Could be all the negative news about it from the articles, like tip ranks. What are you talking about? SMCI? Oh, SMCI, yeah. Yeah, well, like we said, right? People jump on board of what's in the here and now, right? Just like when we first started to see the drama start on SMCI and it started to chunk down, all of a sudden people who had 90, $100+ price targets lowered their price targets to 46. Then they lowered them to $32, right? They followed with the stock. So right now everyone's like, oh yeah, SMCI's rocky. There's probably, you know, some better options, Meanwhile, you and I see the beefed up projection in revenue that is coming not only the remainder of this year, but probably into the next 1, 2, 3 years. And we're probably going to see this across the board, really, with most of our tech sector. So that's why I say something like SMCI, we had to deal with a lot of drama, a lot of bullshit, in my opinion, which we found out, again, a lot of it did turn out to be nonsense, right? The delisting, they rectified it. They had the issue with the auditor. They brought in who? BDO or somebody else. They had the short report from Hindenburg, and then we found out that Hindenburg was putting out reports on stocks so that their friends at other hedge funds could buy shares of the stock when it dips. So we literally found out that practically every negative with SMCI has been BS. And again, I say miraculously, just think about it, right? We've seen multiple articles saying that SMCI is going to potentially be one of the major players in the AI space. They moved them onto the S&P 500. Word got out. I first mentioned the stock to you people at $350 a share. Oh, we're looking at the Dow. It was like back in here. We were talking, I mentioned it, and I was like, this is one of the stocks like you guys should be looking at for. This is a stock like a lot of you should own. And then we broke up to freaking 500. And then again, we went up to 1200, got moved on to the S&P. So this thing was white hot. White hot. So what did they do with a stock that just went white hot that benefited the retail more than the institutions? They attack. They attack. They bring it down. Did SMCI run too much? Right? We read that article. Remember that one article that was like, oh, should investors take profit on SMCI? That was like here or some shit. You remember that? You remember that? And I remember doing that video, sitting here reading that article together, and I was saying, these people are freaking crazy. You see the way they mislead you? And then we came back the next day, I think, and I was like, yeah, remember they were saying you should take profits, and then boom, the stock pops. You missed out on another 10-15% if you listen to them. You remember all that? So the main player that was seeing a massive bump in revenue. Look at this growth. Look at this growth. 3.5 to 5 to 7 to 15 to 22. Now projecting at least 33. At least 33. So you tell me, we look at the numbers, we look at the growth of the business, we look at how valuable the business is, how much market share they have, how much revenue they're bringing in, how much they're profiting off of said revenue. We look at that entire picture, and you tell me if this stock should be up or down. And I trust a lot of you will make the right decision. But again, this is just my opinion. This is not financial advice. Unfortunately, that has to be consistently disclosed. So there's my rant on SMCI. There you go. And there you go. Beyond the world. Yeah, no problem, friend. I am here to serve. You've been on 22 likes on the stream for a while. Like the stream, thumbs up. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Beyond the world. We are treated. Yep, yep, yep. Again, you know, if we talk about any stock, even if we think it's beaten up or if we think it's too high, just remember, markets are near highs, right? So if we start to have a sell-off, all of a sudden markets want to pull back, you know, 4%, 7, 12%, and just consolidate, pull down in value a little bit. Just remember that probably anything you buy, of course, has the potential to go down with the market. But as we say, if we're buying fair or undervalued stocks, and we do have something like an SMCI with, again, robust demand, strong growing fundamentals, those are going to be the stocks that will rebound or will hold up the best in volatile markets. That's why I do what I do the way I do it. I mean, so many great calls for you guys on this channel. Protected so many of you from, who knows, countless crack stocks that you all bring to me. I remember going back and forth with people with like Mullen Automotive, like, remember that EV stock? And people would be like, you don't know what you're talking about. Leave your house. Do you even own a car? Like, the people were just saying dumb shit to me. And then what happened? Stock went down 99%, went out of business, got delisted, right? So there you go. So you want to be an adamant, closed-minded fool, you could potentially lose your entire investment. Meanwhile, if that person, even if they only had $1,000, right? Even at that time, like what? They could have bought like 3 shares of Tesla. And even after all this time, you know, even if they're break even, like, yeah, okay, it sucks. But also at the same time, like, you still have your capital. And you did not invest into some, you know, random wish upon a star frickin' situation and just hope and pray that it worked out. Again, hopefully you will get to a point where you have that much liquidity where you can say, all right, I'll put, you know, a couple of hundred, I'll put a couple of thousand into you know, this penny stock. You know, I'll put a couple bucks into this random OTC stock, you know. Oh, what is this? A startup crypto stock? All right, yeah, I'll put a couple of bucks into those, right? Hopefully you all get to that point. But again, unfortunately, you know, people look at other growth of other stocks, and then they think it's like inevitably going to happen to a stock they find or a stock they're looking at. And unfortunately, it does not happen that way. And that's why I say, work smarter, not harder. Follow the money, follow the revenue. NASDAQ broke, started slipping very hard. We were, what, like right there, touching that high. Yeah, it just seems weak, Again, shout out to, who is that? Sleek Retro. Posted a little news update there with the bond auction. Apparently we had another weak bond auction, excuse me. And, that happened, yeah, a couple of weeks back, about a month ago. Same thing happened. Markets were climbing high, and then we started to sell off bigly because nobody was interested in the bonds. They weren't appealing. We had a very weak auction, and then boom, stocks started dropping just like they are right now. So that's why, again, we may continue to see red. We may see more red in the next 90 minutes roughly. Maybe even tomorrow as well. We should technically be red tomorrow, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Got some CXW leaps. Oh, there you go. Big Chris. Who's that? Chris Carter? Big Chris. Chris Stanley the Manly buying those leaps. I wish you nothing but the best. Yeah, CXW, as predicted, again, just reported earnings recently. They beat EPS, revenue. You know, the prison stocks, again, when Trump was coming in, they were saying, like, yeah, you know, if you want to really ramp up, you know, like the ICE, you know, detainees and whatnot, like, you know, we have the space, we could build out more space, we can hold more people. So, again, we were talking about, you know, a lot of places restoring like that law and order now, you know, stopping a lot of the chaos in the streets. And that's why we were looking at prison stocks. And again, CXW hasn't moved much, which again, I say, in my opinion, unless the story changes, you should view that as an opportunity to accumulate shares and build a position. And right now the stock's around 20, and Again, I think it was like Wedbush they came out. They gave it like a $35 price target. So people see the growth. They see what I see, that in general the stock really is undervalued. And that's why I was saying, yeah, like 30 plus, 35 of course would be great. Not sure if it's breaking news, but ESPN Plus is now included with Fubo. Really? So does that mean that everything's good to go and we're just pushing it through then, I guess? As we said, and if you recall, I actually predicted this again a while back, and I was saying that the other companies, Warner Brothers Discovery, Fox, Disney, they're all struggling, right? We said ESPN was struggling. We spoke about even potentially when we heard the rumor of the NFL taking a stake, right? And that's why I said they need help, they need cash injection, they're dealing with issues, and we were seeing the growing market share and the growing revenue in Fubo. And that's why I was saying Fubo is the one you want. You want the small player who's going to get gobbled up or continue to see growth and steal market share. And of course, again, not only did the stock grow nicely in general, but we got the news of the merger and we popped to about 6.5. So again, once we hopefully get news of the merger being finalized, the Fubo symbol will now be Fubo and Hulu trading on the Fubo symbol. But yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Right? Similar to like the AI companies too, right? I know people are gobbling up like every freaking stock underneath the sun, but a company like SoundHound, that's why I said I always liked it. Because like similarly with HGRAF, right? We like kept getting like positive news updates. We kept growing and growing, more and more popular. People start buying the stock. And that's what I mean. Like, could you own Nvidia? Like, yeah, of course. But also at the same time, some of these smaller AI companies, remember, they're going to benefit bigly. They're going to start signing contracts and deals with a lot of these big companies in the space. And they're either going to start generating chunks more of revenue over the years, or they're just going to get approached, like in the next year or two. And people are just going to approach them and say, oh, here's 2.5 billion. All right, we're buying you out. Price target SMCI by next quarter. I don't know. I'll say we were looking at that key trend line level of like 66 and a third. So I'll stick with that number. You could potentially see that 60 plus range. We'll keep it conservative. Markets are staying down. Apple still above 219. Amazing. Amazing. Yeah, we had the big drop, and now we're kind of flattening out. We really should, bang, drop again. We really should. Approaching the last 90 minutes here. Oil down 0.5%. Continuing to slip. Dropping, rejecting below our trend line here. Bada bing, bada boom. See how the Nasdaq's doing. Up. Bouncing up. Trying to show a little bit of life here. They're all back above the moving average at the moment. we came down and kind of continued to slip from here, right? So we can, yeah, like there. There's really our resistance on the day. So we have to see what we want to do here. Oh, man. I am burnt. Approaching our 3-hour mark for the stream. How you doing? How you doing? Look at that. Who else sits here with you for 3 hours, huh? Let's be honest. Oil slipping. Mmm. Mmm. Fighting. NASDAQ really continued to slip, but of course it was just continuing to trail upward yesterday, so that's what happens. That's why I always warn about these random pumps. Verizon holding up well, 1 1/3%. Yep. 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 I'm gonna close this window. I'm getting annoyed. You're annoying me now. Leaf blowers and shit. Ridiculous. Trying to produce a quality show in here. No respect, I swear. No respect for the working man. Curious to see if we're just like pausing and then we're just gonna like break at 3 o'clock. Wow, Tesla red, I'm stunned. Must be a full moon or something. Yeah, looks like they want to retest the moving average here. Mm-hmm. 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 The summer wind, it begins. Walk with me. Mm. Trying. Mm. Dow actually looked to recover better. Hmm. The S&P and the NASDAQ still look pretty weak, though. 10-year still up, 1/3%. 20-year was dancing around break even and slightly green. Our dollar, again, has been, look at this, consistently heading up even higher faster now. Which, again, yeah, should lead to markets dropping. Uh, uh, mhm, 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 mhm. Yep, 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 yep. Hmm. 77 over here, right? So we go like that. And then we spiked up from here. So that's 96. And we go like that. Very interesting. So we have to see, pardon the whistle, we have to see if HGRAF, looking like about 121, 120, and then we have to see if it holds. Apex is potentially tomorrow. end of day, first thing Monday. So we could potentially have a breakup or a breakdown really within like the next 24 hours with HGRAF. So we'll see how that works out. Oh, this is climbing up. Okay, very nice. Of course it is. Of course it is. Dollar's still up. Yep. Gold's staying up. Silver ran up and has been slowly chilling since market open. Really should have stayed up in my opinion, but that's okay. Market's trying to curl here. Less than 90 minutes to go. Let's see if we can. 23,560. Yeah, it's close enough. And if we come down like that. So that's like our daily resistance here. Yeah, that S&P's still down a chunk from some of its levels here. We go again from there. We go like there. Yeah, technically the Dow is the only one that actually just crossed above the key trend line, which is interesting because it's been the weakest one all day. The Europeans seeing some green. No. Always nice to see some green. Count the green or get in between. And the Dow is now back below the trend line. Wow. All right. I'm going to go stretch my legs or bareback. Talk amongst yourselves. Oh, everybody left me. Wow. Wow. Okay. That's funny. I could test it to see if I can hear myself. I like that. Approaching that 3 o'clock power hour. And we know we can see a big pop or a big drop. Dwindling volume. Let's see out of curiosity how it looked yesterday. Yeah, see, yesterday, like, we dipped, and then we, like, picked up, really. Today, we're just dipping. So, you would think that we would drop lower. So, let's see what it wants to do. The dollar is now up almost 0.2%. It was just up at 98.4, making a huge curl here. Again, we have rates technically down from last week, but up from last year, so not really sure how positively we can view these numbers. I know people want to be optimistic. Yeah, Dow looks like it's fighting for this trend line. Trying to stay above the moving average, trying to stay above this trend line. Slight drop and then pop. Very, very interesting. Yep. Yep. Could form a potential hammer here. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Dollar should technically rise here. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Yep. 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 NASDAQ right at that trend line. The S&P staying down. Dow hanging around the trend line. Dancing, we're dancing. We are dancing. Apple at 220, up almost 7 points. Oh, we're getting a pop. Little pop. As the dollar is still going higher. Very interesting. NASDAQ now above top trend line for the day. Looks like market's trying to get a little bump going. DraftKings back about 45, now down only a quarter. LAC still up, AMD still up. Rivian above 12. Oil continuing to stay down. Gold and silver holding. Bitcoin holding. Yep, 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 yep. Yep, 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 yep. DraftKings probably fight to go green. I mean, it should by the end of the day. And you can see how we had the drop, right? And then even from here, look at the tightening taking place over about the last 2 hours. Preparing for the power hour. HG, anybody rich yet? Nope, we're still down. How about MBOT? Oh, keyboard for the win. MBOT still chilling, holding. Right, we bounced, and you can see we ran up with tightening, right? Potentially ready to bounce again, as I said. So we may come back up here to about 3 1/4, 3 1/3. Might retest or even make new highs. So we'll see how MBOT plays out over the next day or two. Could be ready to have some action with the MBOT. MBOT. That's what those kids were singing about. I get it now. We are starting to see a climb. NASDAQ down only 3.5 points now. Spiking straight up, straight green candles. S&P climbing as well. Benny and Jet. Oh, what'd I say? DraftKings down only a couple of pennies now. Up. Pulled a fast one, did a quick little, and U-turned itself almost back to flat. I'm got a little rejection taking place off our fibs here. Dow didn't even reach the fib, but started to break up earlier than everything else. Yep. Oh, yep. Oh, yep. This is what I like. A little bit of reality setting in. I still say we should stay down and go even lower, but who knows? These markets have a mind of their own. So, we will see how this plays out. Yep. 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 But but and we still have yields up. We still have the dollar up above now, 0.2%. Fighting for 98.4. Looks like it wants to stay up. Yep. Seeing a bounce off the moving average here. Yep. Here we are, 3 o'clock. Here we are. Everybody fasten your seatbelts. Oh, and we're starting to move. We're trying to move. You like to move it. You like to move it. And it's why I always laugh, man. It's like, even when we'll have a pullback, it's like it can't even be a real pullback. It's wild. It's wild. New tariffs kick in, Apple rallies, yeah. Like I said, Apple puts should be in play, but the stock is rallying for some reason. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Market's trying to see a little bit of life here. Verizon almost up 1.5%. Trying to get to 43. Up, DraftKings back to flat. What did I tell you, huh? Now it's green. What did I tell you? That's what I mean. I tell you everything. Everything I tell you. tell you everything. Yeah, I'm all over the place. Sometimes I tell stories. We'll talk about stocks. I'll start singing. I don't know. I don't know. Like they say, never let them know your next move. So I will remain unpredictable. Rivian back to $16. There you go. We have tightening. Yeah, really wider than expected loss? Why? Was the loss like a one-time thing? Up about 10%. 14 billion. Yeah, I don't know. And then it looks like Q3 was their worst quarter. So we're in tightening here. I mean, we may break it down instead of up. Let's check some numbers here for you. Revenue. Alright, brought our cost down a little bit. Profit kind of improving. Still negative $1 billion. Shares keep increasing. Equity down at $6 billion. Debt $5 billion. Cash 4A. Cash slowly going down. Debt kind of going down. Free cash flow improved. Alright, so if debt cancels out cash, we got $6 billion equity. I don't know. I'm aware they closed their plant down. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, seems like we're in this long-term triangle. And I don't know. Honestly, if it were me, I would break it down out of the triangle. But you might want to see if it clears. Yeah, it really needs to clear like 15. That would kind of confirm it making a higher high, right? If we drew out this trend line here, connecting these tops, that would pop it to like 17, 17 and a half. I don't know. It's a little rocky. It's a little rocky in the fundamentals. Market's trying to hold off those lows. Yep, DraftKings green. Dollar's still slowly ticking higher. Yeah, see what I mean? I drew out those trend lines a couple of quarters ago too, right? And you can see how it just kind of remained tight, because that's what I mean. It's like you got one good quarter, so you see a bump, and then you got one bad quarter, so you see a drop, and they're kind of consolidating it inside of that triangle. And now technically, symmetrical triangle is not a bullish or bearish indicator. It can break either up or down out of a triangle, right? So it might pop up to 20. But again, based on the fundamentals, I mean, unless they report like a really good quarter next earnings, that could be the catalyst to really spike it up and out. But again, that's a toss-up, right? We don't know. We don't know what they're going to report. But again, sometimes, you know, technical trends develop and they don't always make sense on the fundamental side. So again, you know, it's a cheap EV stock. So if it doesn't say anything terrible, the traders might pop it up and out and not let it break down, you know? But it seems hard to call in its current state, in my opinion. I'd say it's like fair valued right now. So that's why I mean, I don't know. If we see markets continuing to trail higher, then I guess perhaps you can try to bet and bank on the fact that it's going to break up. But that'd be up to you. It's all up to you. La-dee-da-dee-da. La-dee-da-dee-da. Oh, yeah. Yep. 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 It really should be slipping lower, unfortunately. Dollar still up over 0.2%, staying up, back up above 98.4. Oh, you're welcome, friend. Don't worry about it. Might as well do something while I'm just sitting here, right? For all we know, we might turn around a month from now. All of a sudden, there'll be 10,000 people watching these streams, right? And you won't be able to get a word in edgewise. So now is the time to ask. I'm glad I can help you out. I'm glad you kind of understood too, and like you said, you kind of saw what I saw. So that's good. Very good. Very good. We learn something new every day, right? That's how we improve ourselves, make ourselves just a little bit better. Yep, here comes a little break potentially. I'm just very surprised that like Apple stayed up. Palantir again just continued up. Oh, it's amazing. Oh, we're up to 23 likes. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Breaking records. We're going for broke here if you're just joining us. Trying to change the world. Alright, I'm going to do a quick stretch. I'll be back in, I don't know, a few minutes. Talk amongst yourselves. Alright, we're back in action. Can I hear myself? Alright, we're back. Yes, I can hear myself. Okay, we're not muted. Dips with Intel. Yeah, Intel apparently, I don't know, all these other companies could be terrible. And they allow them to be terrible. And apparently Intel is, I don't know, trading secrets. I don't know. I don't personally have a position in Intel, but I will say as an American, I guess I hope that they didn't do that. Just calling up random countries like, oh yeah, you know, look at what we just discovered. That's not cool. That is totally not cool. Palantir, still green. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, excuse me. Gotta wet the whistle a little bit. A HGRAF check. HG still slipping downward. And this is what I drew out before. Right? You can see we had a big run up and then we had a big pullback. And you can see that even though we technically are below this support, we're kind of, it looks like we're kind of potentially tightening inside of this triangle. And you can see as we approach the apex, we're looking at like this time tomorrow, potentially even first thing early Monday. So, I mean, again, technically it's not bullish or bearish, so we could break down. But we did have big volume coming in, you know, so now like if they took a week off and now they're going to buy again, you know what I mean? That might be the reason for it to break up. And yeah, should pop up here about 33% Canadian, which yeah would be about 35 cents American. That might bring you back up to about 1.25 if it pops up again, right? Because we can see the triangle forming here as well. 129, right? We have our triangle. If we go again from here before the big run up, before the big drop back, right? We're at like here. What's that? 70. That's close enough, right? So we're like there. So we have to see what it wants to do. Because if it wants to fully follow technicals and yeah, see how volume's been a little bit lighter the last couple of days. So if volume remains lighter and we want to strictly trade on technicals, then they're going to drop it. Because technically we went below support, we're in this channel, we just ran a bunch, we can drop back down before we bounce it. You know what I mean? If we approach the apex, hold this line going into tomorrow and big volume is coming in, that'll be the catalyst to push us up and out. Actually, could potentially see about 1.5, which would be new highs. So, again, it's hard to call because remember, we're pre-revenue and we also trade on the OTC, which we know is extremely volatile and uncertain. So, it's hard to pin down, right? Like we spoke about the triangle in Rivian before. I think the fundamentals are a little rough. I think it should drop. If it does pop, I can kind of understand why. You know? HGRAF, again, unfortunately, kind of a toss-up right now because it did run a little bit more than even I expected. But once I saw it really take off and hit like 40, 50 cents, no problem, I was very confident that they were going to pump it to over $1 before they paused it. So it's just hard to call right now, but I'm sure a lot of people saw the pump and now they see it at sub $1, so they're probably, you know, just scooping shares whenever they can at sub $1. But we'll see if it stays inside that range and, of course, if it decides to go up or down. Oh, I can't breathe. Got about 35 minutes to go before the close. See how BlackBerry looks today. Down to the 360s, huh? Yep. I'm waiting for that break. Hit the low here at 355, hit the low here at 357. And it's funny because I mentioned in the Discord when I first looked at it, right? I was looking as we dropped down and I was saying, in my opinion, like sub 3.5, I'd consider beginning to buy BlackBerry shares. And you can see, look, 355, 357. So we'll see. We take like another leg down here to like 3 1/3. Then we might be in buy territory. But in general, I do like it. Again, that's just kind of a gut feeling. Excuse me. The hell's going on? Yeah, S&P has been below that trend line. Yeah, NASDAQ popped up. Looks like we've been trending in this downward channel now for almost 30 minutes. We may potentially just flash drop and come right back inside. So let's see what it wants to do here in the next couple of minutes. Again, we know the last hour, the last 30 minutes, the last 7 minutes sometimes could be when the markets randomly spike or the markets randomly start cratering down. So that's another reason why options trading is very difficult. And we talk about, right, if you make a call and it happens to work out and you see a nice bump in the options, listen, you could always miss out on more profits, and I know it sucks, but the number one priority is growing your account, securing profits, right? We like to see green. Yep. Just hanging out. Dollar still up. Silver, Bitcoin getting stronger, trailing up since that drop. You had the drop going into about 12:30. We've been trailing upward ever since. Oh, I have to sneeze. Ooh. Beautiful. Fantastic. Dow got very flat. Even the other indices, Like the S&P just kind of continued to trail. The Nasdaq actually started to bounce. The Dow, though, has completely flattened out, which is interesting. This is very, very interesting. Yeah, I might see a drop here. The sound of silence. Oh, we're seeing a bump. Okay, we saw a big pop and then we just gapped up, which actually means we go down in theory. Whoa. Okay, what just happened? Who said something? Somebody did something. Who said it? Who did it? Who said it? Who did what? What just happened? Somebody point me in a direction. All right, we're gonna get on news 20 minutes from now. Just had a big drop. I mean, yeah, potential head and shoulders forming, but that's a big drop. So I'm assuming somebody said something. I don't know if you guys are following Trump, if he's tweeting out something. I don't know what just happened, but something just happened. Dollar continuing to drop, now below 98 and a quarter. The stocks are seeing a bump from the drop in the dollar, but not exactly sure if it was necessarily good news. Oh my goodness. What is happening? What is happening? Alright, let me see if I can jump on X real quick and see if someone just tweeted something. I have no idea. What's trending right now? Banning? GPT-5? No tweets from Trump. All right, I mean, again, you see it. We just saw a big break on the dollar right there at 3:30, unless it was orchestrated and timed by someone behind a curtain. I thought that some announcement was going to be made, and I assumed it was, I don't know, something with tariffs or something. Yeah, we just dropped back. And markets again saw a little bit of a bump, and I'm not exactly sure if they're going to hold. I mean, I saw some of the articles talking about, you know, like the Fed replacements and stuff. That was... What does this say here? It's all about the online betting markets. Trump loyalist. Actions may include a positive move if Chris Waller is picked. Yeah, list of 4 replacements. Say short list of 3. Sure, Waller has it wash. Most likely react favorably to Waller. Advocate for an immediate interest rate cut. Would accept the job if asked. Waller says the Fed's wait-and-see approach was overly cautious. I actually think you stepping in and just changing them before it might be ready could be overly aggressive. NASDAQ now green by about 1.5 points. Oh, it's getting wild out here. It's the Wild Wild West. The Wild Wild West. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still in the dark here, but we just saw a drop in the dollar, which apparently has triggered a little bit of a bump in the indices. I'm not really seeing much of a reaction. Tesla climbing, now back green. I don't know. That was very interesting. The way we curled, and then I really thought we would pop up, and then we had a breakdown. So I don't know. It happened right at 3:30. So I'm assuming something was said or something was triggered somewhere else. But somebody did something. And now if we like extend that out, yeah, see we ran right back up to that trend line. Again, we're seeing a little bit of a bump, but I don't exactly know if a drop in the dollar like this that quick is a good thing. Again, we also spoke about the bond auction being pretty weak. When that wrapped up, markets started to drop a little bit lower. Perhaps that could be adding to this break towards the end of the day. I don't know. Again, I don't sit here. I don't watch CNBC because it's just noise, in my opinion. So, like, I don't know if, again, they brought someone on, they just said something, or I don't know. But we could see NASDAQ back red. And I hope this isn't really the talks about the Fed chair replacement potentially, because again, markets, see, this is what I mean. Markets used to react, not really predict so much. I mean, like they did, but they didn't, you know what I'm saying? And like a move, like a reaction would happen on the news, not on the speculation of potential news of possibly one of three choices. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that, like now we're really jumping. Dollar about to go red again. I don't know, these markets are weird lately. Like I said, there used to be like for the most part like little rules you can follow. Like we say, like if bonds go up, stocks go down. If the dollar goes up, sometimes you see stocks go down. Well, most of the time anyway, that's the way it used to be. And that's what's really throwing the wrench into the whole thing as well. Throwing the wrench into the machine, because again, sometimes we see yields go up, but stocks continue to climb. Or again, we were watching in real time, the dollar continue to rise, and we were actually starting to see a rebound in stocks as it was rising. Now the dollar's breaking, but we're also seeing a rebound in stocks now, it looks like. So that's why sometimes you just have no idea what to make of it. Just throws you for a loop. Starting to climb, getting some volume coming in. Again, we keep seeing this article. I don't know, it just seems silly to move for that. Keep an eye on the dollar here, continuing to slip, now red. NASDAQ up 16 points now. This is wild. This is wild. What is going on? Slid back to the open. About 17 minutes to go. BZ at 43. Mm-hmm. Oil continuing to drop. Silver and gold seeing a big run up, of course, right at 330 as the dollar began its drop. We had gold and silver spike up. Again, shout out to me, who said SLV calls recently. Oil staying down now, continuing to slip. I mean, they could be potentially wedging it too, and they might start to climb it like right at 4 o'clock when stock markets close. So that could be a possibility. Okay, it looks like it slightly avoided forming a bear hammer, and it's trying to reverse this trend here. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Dollar still slipping. Right, that's what I tell you all the time. Sometimes they'll break something, they'll pop it up. It'll happen at 318 or 330 or 342, just random times. That's exactly how they like to do it too, right? Because any normal person, even if they ran a couple of trades earlier and they made some money today, they were like, all right, yeah, whatever, it's a quarter to 3, right, an hour ago, and all right, I'll step away for the day, blah blah blah. Meanwhile, look what happens in the last 30 minutes. Look at this, continuing to slip. Continuing. What is happening? We are chunking up. We are chunking down on the dollar. Back again below now, below at daily lows, basically. I mean, the day obviously started over here, but, market open lows, I'll say. Okay. My apologies. Yeah, we're watching this in real time. Again, I don't know. I feel like this is not a reaction of potential Fed replacements. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they could say it is, but I don't know. I just don't buy it, And again, like I see the argument technically, like, yeah, it looks like, potential head and shoulders formed, so it wanted to break. But that seems pretty extreme. Somebody knows something, right? That's the conclusion. Somebody knows something. Bitcoin now up over 2%. Whoa, big spikes, big volume coming into Bitcoin now, popping it above 117K. Right? And if we stretch out those trend lines, we're probably meeting up with that soon. But Bitcoin seeing a big pop. Yep, we were kind of in this downward little channel here, and technically now we're slightly above it. Again, if you're just joining us, we had a big drop in the dollar, which apparently is causing a little bit of a bounce in stocks, and we're seeing a surge in gold, silver, and Bitcoin. Oil still staying down. Very interesting. Whoa, almost fell out of my chair. This is definitely a wild way to wrap up the day, I'll tell you that much. Seeing the Dow curl, the NASDAQ more like an instant V recovery. S&P kind of the same thing. Yeah, but as you see, we only have about 4 or 5 green candles over almost the last 20 minutes. Got a little over 10 minutes to go if you wanted to secure any profits or take an earnings play or something, right? You got a little more than 10 minutes, so start looking now. I'm just very surprised though, again, because if we were watching the Dow as we were, right, we see the dollar like curling and climbing, and we saw like the Dow bottom out and begin to curl and climb with it, and then we had the dollar break, but now we're having the Dow continue to curl. Still here watching. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that support. Thanks for hanging around. Yeah, I'm glad you like it. I don't mind, sitting here hanging out, even if it's just for like an hour a day or whatever with you guys. So we'll try to keep these lives going. I jumped on yesterday, I did a quick earnings recap video for anyone who missed the live stream and talked about AMD and SMCI, but I mean, live really is better. I understand the appeal. So, I just do feel bad though for the people who are, working or on different time zones and they can't make it into the streams. Lives are awesome. Thanks, Ricardo. Appreciate you, brother. Oh, we just had a gap up candle on the S&P. Again, gap ups technically mean it reverses and comes back down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see now if we want to retrace back down here on the S&P. And dollar just spiked straight back up to the moving average. That's why I always tell you, 3:30, that's when the real action happens. Everyone thinks it's like the first 30 minutes, 60 minutes. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Bitcoin up 2.2% now. Dropping the Dow. Nasdaq climbing. S&P dropping. Just lost a bunch of viewers. I don't know what happened. We're glitching out. The algorithm fighting back. People in here chatting about what to do with cash that I made them probably, right? Must be nice. Crazy. Dollar back to moving average. A little tightening taking place. Might want to pop and climb back up here. Curious to see if this really swings over the next couple of minutes. Dow starting to drop back down. Technically back below that fib now. Up. Up. We got our support actually like right here. Yeah, see, we're like right down at that line. Dollar fighting. Yeah, I wouldn't yeah, I wouldn't buy that one up here. It's just my opinion. I just don't trust it. But I've said that before and it kept going higher, so I don't know what to tell you. Okay, that's bouncing. Those are dropping. Yeah, I'm very surprised we did not see a big break. Hmm. Oh, dollar beginning to break down even further. Interesting. Yeah, we got about 3 minutes left. Not sure if we're trying to double bottom and bounce or just continue to slip and break. I believe this was support. Yeah, see, this is our support trend line, which we broke through, as you see, about 2 weeks ago. Then we reclaimed, retested, had a spike up. So looks like we're kind of still making higher lows. So we could see a bounce here and potentially make higher highs and see the dollar come back in above 100. And as we say, if dollar goes up, stocks might go down. So something to keep in mind. Yep, 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 yep. We are now climbing hard. We got some buys coming in. Uber earnings tomorrow. I think, yeah, well, I think it's today or tomorrow. I don't know. See, with all due respect, shit like that, you can find out for yourself. Oh, we are trailing upwards. 90 seconds. Mm-hmm. We are closed. NASDAQ ended up climbing. Closed up 74.5 points. Look at that big candle right there towards the end. Again, we saw that big movement, that big drop in the dollar. Huge volume coming in right there at the end. Again, I don't know. In my opinion, I just don't trust it. And again, right, like we topped out and we really should continue to kind of like curl down. My opinion anyway. We'll see how it plays out. We can see the dollar, looks like the dollar still slipping now. And again, if we form that bottom and we tighten here, then we're going to break even lower. Potentially break sub 98 on the DXY. Yep, wild stuff. Yep. Yep. Continuing to see that break. Ubo earnings are tomorrow in the AM for the record. Again, prelim numbers looked pretty good. That spiked us back up above 4. So you would think they would post decent numbers. You would think. What do we got? Oh, we got Soundhound reporting earnings. Trade Desk, MP Materials, Take Two, Clean Spark. Oh, Ampex. Alright, we got a bunch of names. Guess I can hang out and look at some earnings. I'm gonna step away for a few minutes, stretch my legs again. Alright, I'll be back in a few. I'll put Soundhound on if we start to see. Oh, I'm seeing a spike right here. Alright, so we're awaiting those numbers from Soundhound, and I'll leave you on this screen. Oh, we're back in action. We got SoundHound exploding up 9%. We got revenue coming in 42.7. Analysts expecting 32.8. Phenomenal revenue beat, it looks like, for SoundHound. Jumping up to the high 11s here, up about 9%. And on the move. Absolutely phenomenal. Yep, when we back it up here, right? And we had just, and I mentioned this, right, the other day. I said we can bring it down going into earnings, and then we can see the pop back up above the trend line. I mean, just perfect. Just perfect. Mm-hmm. 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 Oh, none of that is loading yet. Oh, I see. Apparently the SoundHound CEO's on TV, someone just said. Okay. Okay. CNBC, question mark? Mm-hmm. SoundHound on the move if you're just joining us. I'm not muted, am I? I'm not muted, am I? No. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 SoundHound again technically popping back up above support, so let's see what it wants to do here. Trying to see, could I pull up a stream of CNBC? Do we have oh, for crying out loud. Oh, it's on Bloomberg. Okay. Okay. Oh.
Strong set of results today, and our backlogs are good heading into the second half of the year. More than half our business in the US would be infrastructure exposed. So in terms of the current infrastructure bill, there's less than 40% of that yet spent. So we're still in that kind of ramp up phase. So you think any major infrastructure project, or you take any kind of major reindustrialization, onshoring, any of the big chip plants, we're in 48 states, 50,000 employees, so we touch most projects. So we're busy right now, and the outlook for the second half of the year is busy for us.
What does the cost side of your business look like? I know that there's plenty of demand, you're doing a lot, but the input cost for the materials that you provide to builders and other customers has to be.
Okay. Okay, Bloomberg just had on the SoundHound CEO. Apparently, I missed it though. I missed it. Can't go back. I can't go back. Uh-huh. Looks like Trade Desk beat revenue estimates. Akamai might be a buy. Could dive deeper into that tomorrow, but looks like another beat, little pop, and it's been brought down. Again, look at this, back to some key levels here. Akamai could be in play. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, we raised revenue outlook as well. Okay, 160 to 178 million. Yeah, I think originally it was what, like 160 to 170 or something, so SoundHound CEO says list of AI winners is going to be long. Can't be 70% right, you have to be 100%. Ooh, big words from a big man. SoundHound CEO says restaurants, quote, are knocking on our doors about AI automation. We're at the inflection point of AI adoption by enterprises. Every business is going to need an AI transformation. What did I say? I said it was going to take place in every business, in every industry. AI voice company more than tripled its revenue. Raise full year guidance. In restaurants, we used to knock on their door and try to educate them that AI automation can be beneficial, and you would only get maybe some proof of concept in the budget from the more forward-looking ones. But now they're knocking on our doors. Bang. Bang. It's a mandate. Mandate. Quarterly loss widened. Yeah, it did widen. But, in my opinion, that doesn't really worry me too much. 42.7 million in revenue. Look at that. It was 13 a year ago. Analysts were expecting about 33. We post almost 43. Said it saw new wins from healthcare companies, automotive brands, and restaurants, including Red Lobster and IHOP. Our audience is not forgiving. You cannot be the AI for an enterprise and be 70% right. You need to be 100% right. SoundHound models have technology to solve the, quote, hallucination problem in which language models generate false or nonsensical responses. Oh, okay, okay. The ability to customize large language models, particular business, gives smaller AI companies like SoundHound a leg up on the tech giants. Quote, enterprises need a partner that can sit with them for years to come, listen to them, innovate with them, differentiate for them, and help them fix their problems. The list of winners of the AI revolution is going to be long, and you haven't even heard of all of them yet. Here we go. It was 157 to 177, and now we're looking for 160 to 178. So a little bit more of the top end range and a little bit higher on the bottom end. Analysts expecting 161.2. And again, it looks like midpoint's going to be around 169, 170 million. So SoundHound with some good news there. And again, supposedly very popular now, growing demand amongst the restaurants. And of course, again, we said this was not going to be a fad. This was going to be the replacement of a lot of customer service, right? A lot of drive-through restaurants. And we are seeing that now. Mm-hmm. See if anyone else is moving. Rocket Lab, up and down. Boom. Waiting. What else we got here? GTD. Down almost 30%. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Huh. Yeah, expenses seem to make a jump. Put a bunch more into sales, marketing. Total operating expenses. Looks like up about 22.5% roughly. I mean, income is up, of course. Revenue's up. Hmm. Cash technically down year over year. Assets down. Total assets slightly down. Liabilities slightly up. Right. Equity slightly down. Yeah, it happens. Happens to the best of us. Trade desk, TTD, seeing about a 29-30% drop here. Oh. What else? What else we got here? Pins, XYZ. Pins down 13%. Beats estimates. Yeah, they brought in almost $1 billion. Big drop. Now we're seeing a big little rebound taking place in pins. SMR 8 million. Analysts expecting 11.6. That one's down roughly 2.5%. How about Twilio? Twilio down 2.7%. MP with the pop back up to almost 80. Revenue up 84% year over year, 57.4. Production 597 metric tons, 119% year over year increase. Sales volume more than tripled year over year. All right, we got the partnerships with the DoD, Apple. Yep, revenue up nicely. Loss down. EBITDA loss down. Magnetic segment, look at that. Big movements. Rare earth concentrate down. You can see this segment, the NdPr, up huge. Huge. Yep, volume up, sales up. Let's just check our cash. Total assets down slightly. Yeah, pretty much unchanged. Liabilities with a bump up. Still about $1 billion equity roughly. Yep. Expenses rose, obviously, doing more business. Operating loss tightening. Yep. EPS loss tightening. Shares hanging out. MP on the move. Yep. Technically at new highs right now, new all-time highs, you can see, but up here at around 76 a share, we'll call it. Previous high was about 72 1/3 recently. MP on the up and up, seeing another roughly 7% bump. Let's check Katos out of curiosity. Nice beat, top and bottom line. Down less than 3%. Take-Two is probably up, no matter what happens. Yep, what I say. Up no matter what. Boost outlook ahead of GTA release. Yeah, I thought that was coming like a couple of quarters from now. Look, they backed their release. Look, see? Boost outlook ahead of release. The freaking game's coming out 9-10 months from now. That's what I mean. Everyone's just banking on this one title. This stock should be half the price, in my opinion. Look at that. Even when I called out the wedge, right? Came down, gap filled, and then bounced and went right back up. Look, last quarter missed on EPS, didn't matter. Missed on revenue, doesn't matter. This is like the Tesla of video game developing companies. But Take-Two raises their bookings forecast, so they're riding high right now. Take-Two, TTWO up about 5.5%. Ampex seeing a bump. Closed at about 770, up above 8 now after hours. Spiked all the way up to 867. We're looking at a loss of 8 cents, 12.7 mil. Pain in my ass. A pain in my easy. Don't stop believing. Bro. Yeah. Yeah. What, this? Okay, record 15.1 mil. We're looking for 12.7. Each positive gross margins for the first time in our history. Shipped our batteries to 93 customers. Yep, here's the portfolio. So good revenue beat for Amprius. Again, AMPX. Looked at that one back, I don't know, like $3. Now we're up here at the 8s. Selected by Amazon. New drone flew for 67 days without interruption. Very nice. Enables us to pass the United States military's benchmark, nail penetration test. Okay. There you go. 43 of whom are new to the Amprius platform. So in Q2, half the shipped batteries to these 93 customers were basically new customers. Yeah, we got the Army. $26.4 million first half of this year. Already surpassing our full year 2024 total of $24.2 million. So we're on track to, if we stay on this path, we're looking for roughly $52, $53 million in annual revenue. At 15 million, 34% increase from the first quarter and up 350% from this time last year. Huge increase in Psy-Core shipments. 86% of revenue came from outside of the United States on a ship-to basis. Increase from 60% in Q2. Over 90% of our revenue came from the aviation sector. Strength in the drone market. South Korea. Off to a rapid start in Q3. Initiated shipping cells customers. California. 5 customers received cells. Allows us to rapidly develop and prototype new batteries quickly, deliver them to key strategic customers. Increase in demand for drone technology. We expect these policy actions to accelerate adoption timelines and open new opportunities across both the defense and commercial sectors. Sector for 7 years, and we believe we enjoy a first mover advantage. AV, formerly known as Aero Environment, designer manufacturer small drones, work with them, deliver samples, cells are state of the art. There you go, revenue bang on the up and up. Look at that over the last couple of quarters. That's why we were looking at the revenue growth, and that's why I was saying, looking at the chart, if you can catch a pullback and catch that stock on a dip, you know, it could be good over the long term. And again, we were talking about the stock, whatever, 3 and change, 4 and change. Now we're up to 8. Okay. 32. Product revenue was 33 million. So Q2 marks a 335% or 11.2 million year-over-year increase. Grant revenue slightly up, but you can see that's not the bulk of their revenue. Of these 2 customers, only 2 individually accounted for greater than 10% of revenue in Q2, a decrease from 3 customers that individually accounted for greater than 10% of revenue. So we're getting more volume of sales coming in. So we're not just relying on 1, 2, 3 big customers. That's what that means. Customer mix, diversify. Yeah, you can see, again, almost a 50-50 split of repeat customers and new customers now for last quarter. Total remaining obligation. 15 million purchase order. Gross margin 9% compared to negative 21%. Operating expenses continue to be lean, 8 million. Year-over-year increase. GAAP loss 6 million. 121 shares outstanding. Okay, so we had a wider loss, and we have a few million more shares. So less of a loss on more shares, which technically is a good sign, sounds like to me. Q2, wait, hold on. Right, okay, yeah, right. Last quarter, the loss was greater on less shares. Right, okay. June, we had 125 shares outstanding, which was up 4.5 million. Issued from option exercises are assumed as well as our at-the-market sales agreement. 54 million in cash and no debt. No debt. No debt. Strategically investing. Contract 10.5 million. We're excited. Here's the people. Okay, so year over year, total assets up slightly. Total liabilities down slightly. Equity up slightly. Revenue up, obviously. Loss from operations cut in half. Net loss cut in half. Okay, very good. Amprius AMPX with decent little report there. All right. I'm tired. I don't want to talk anymore. I gave you guys 5 hours of my time. So, yeah, that's it. I'll end it here. But thanks everyone for hanging out. Appreciate your support. Appreciate your watching. Hope everyone had a good day.